Hello and welcome back to True Crime Metrix. We're going to be moving forward today, folks. We're going to be having a look at Jason Roger Mengel's cross-examination by Ezra McCandless's defense attorneys. We went through the entirety of the direct examination by the state of Wisconsin yesterday. It was a bit of a long haul. It could have been a lot quicker, but Jason Mengel cannot answer a question in a normal way. I took the liberty just before we get started today, folks, of writing down word for word, verbatim, the instructions to Dungeons and Dragons as told by Mr. Mengel. And I just wanted to share them with you today. And maybe when we're out of the pressures of the courtroom and the induced anxiety that can have, maybe it does make sense. So I just wanted to open it to the floor. It goes like this. So, how do you play Dungeons and Dragons? Jason says. You roll the dice. It's kind of like a game of chance, but like you get to, I'm saying like a lot. It's improv with your friends. So you're a character. You go to a place and someone runs the whole session. And the rest of the players, create like whatever, a bard or a cleric or something. And like the whole idea is to get you involved. Josh ran the campaigns, He would create these environments for you. Your personality, your character to like go through there's nothing digital about it. It's just a board. Not really even a board. It's like they'll do like a map so you can draw out where we're doing things and what's going on. And sometimes tokens. It's mostly just a chance to play make-believe with your friends again. So it's kind of fun. We do it Monday nights. I just love this. I've been reading it all day. It's just, what is this? Is that an explanation? Oh, man. Yeah, I've been going through Ezra's Instagram, She's been painting her face. She's been hanging out with this person. Is that a MAGA hat? Okay. Yeah, look, there she is. Of course, this is 385 weeks ago, so before she went away. And now, of course, the Instagram account is being run by her mother, I believe, to sell her art, to make money for her second appeal. But we don't want to get onto the appeals yet. We're still focused on the trial. I did notice, though, that she tags all of her latest work with let's just pick a random one here, go over here. She tags all of her latest work with the hashtag Freedom Fighter. Not hashtag I'm really, really sorry, or hashtag I'll never do it again, or hashtag I'm ready to admit what I really did. No, hashtag Freedom Fighter. Okay. So yeah, I bet the Woodworth family, sorry, just love that. Yeah, it's great. We did have a mini micro tragedy in the studio this evening, folks, as well. It's still the high point of mosquito season. So I bought a large citronella candle to keep them away. It's had zero effect. In fact, I think it's attracting more. But unfortunately, a huge thing flew into the studio. I thought it was a bird or something, a small bird. It was so big because it hit me in the head. And then it flew over there. It went round and round and then straight into the large candle and was instantly covered in wax and burnt to death. It was a praying mantis. And I was pretty upset. It was such a large, special looking creature, and there it was, just in this molten wax, on fire. And I tried to save its life, but I was unsuccessful. But it struck me as odd, as we're covering, praying mantises. What are they famous for? Well, eating their mate after having sex with them. And we're covering Ezra McCandless at the moment. So, I don't think I need to explain the irony. Anyway, enough of this little bits and pieces here. Let's get to the video. Welcome, everybody in the chat. Welcome. Udi, great to see you again, son. Robert, Carrie Louise, of course. Thank you. Susan Locke, great to see you guys. Kaza T. White and 2 sugars. Actually, I don't use sugar in anything. Yeah, luck of the Irish. Good to see you. Cole Cannon. Cole Cannon's the name, and Guinness is the game. Yeah, Victoria Girl, Monica, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. Derek, as always. Leslie, lovely Leslie. John Duncan, fantastic folks. Okay, let's get rolling over here, guys. Let's get rolling right on. So, totally different energy from yesterday's direct examination, which, albeit we could feel the frustration of the judge, of the prosecutor, of the jury, of the people in the gallery, just thinking, why is this taking so long? He's not saying anything. He keeps going off on these tangents. He's not picking up on the necessary court etiquette or purpose of what these questions are for. Why is he telling us about all this additional information that we didn't ask? Confusing the questions, confusing the evidence. But, for the large part, it was all handled very politely and with great good spirit and meaning. But today's cross-examination, from get-go, from step one, it is a different energy. Jason is massively on the defensive, at least that's what it seems like to me in the little bit I just had a look at. And also I suppose it's more expected for the defense counsel to be picking holes in his testimony, as he did testify for the state in a murder trial. Okay, we're just going to move this on over here. By the way, if anyone likes watching friggin' courtroom footage without commentary, Rottweiler Investigations is a fantastic place to do it. I mean, you could probably spend 10 years on that channel just watching court. And I guess it's a curation platform. And I like what they do over there. They pick some good cases. Great place to have a look at, and go and subscribe to the channel. Anyway, let's play the video.
Mr. Mangle, I believe that when you were testifying yesterday, the prosecutor asked you what your current age was, right?
Yes.
And you're now 35, 36?
April 6, 1984. I don't keep track of things.
Okay.
And he just doesn't, he's incapable of answering what his age is. Again, it happened twice yesterday, and he was told. And bearing in mind, this is a brand new day, same shirt, same tie. Strikes me as kind of odd. And I just before we get going, guys, I'll just share with you a screenshot I took from the 48 hours video documentary about this murder case. And I just want to show you what he's wearing in that. Okay, just 1 second here. Oh no, not that one, this one. Okay, so it's the same fucking outfit again. This guy just has one, but he's got a waistcoat. Okay. Well, what's with the black shirt, gold tie combo, Jason? Is it just that you've only got one shirt and tie, or have you got like a wardrobe full of black shirts and gold ties? Which is it, Jason? I bet it's the first one. I hope he washed it at night.
But at the time that you met Ezra McCandless, that was in the summer of 2017, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And you were 33 years old at the time.
I don't think that math lines up.
Well, let's try and do the math.
What? He's just told us he was born in 1984, and he's asked, you met her in 2017, and you were 33. I don't think that math lines up.
Right?
Yes, I believe so.
And you were 33 years old at the time.
All right, we'll just play it all again.
30.
Is this a tactic, or is he just this weird?
Yes.
Yesterday, the prosecutor asked you what your current age was, right?
Yes.
And you're now 35, 36?
April 6, 1980, but I don't keep track of things.
Okay. But
You don't need to keep track of your age. You know, people just know their age, don't they? It's like, oh, sorry. Got him. I got one of them.
at the time that you met Ezra McCandless, that was in the summer of 2017, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And you were 33 years old at the time.
I don't think that math lines up.
Well, let's try and do the math, just in case I'm making a mistake, because I don't want to. All right. You were born when again?
April 6th of 1984.
Of 1984.
Yes.
So you turned 30 in 2014, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's run it ahead 3 more years.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
You were 33 when you met Ezra McCandless, right?
that makes sense. Yeah.
And she was 19.
Yes.
And although the day you met her, you didn't know her age, it didn't take very long until you found out.
Yeah, a friend had C-capped her and told me.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, when you say CCAP, that's because she had changed her name, right?
I believe
She had changed her name.
she had cleans it from Monica Carlson, yes.
Right. And I'm going to talk.
Victoria Girl says he's probably embarrassed about the age difference. Pedo vibes and all. Well, maybe. But I don't think that's all he's embarrassed about, to be honest. This leaning forward body language, wide-eyed, mouth closed. It's all very like he's on the edge of his seat waiting for something to be revealed. Have they got dick pics? Does he know that they've got dick pics? And he's like, you're not going to show my dick pics to the jury, are you? Like, that he's definitely thinking they might show my dick pics.
Talk to you about that name change a little bit later, but when you met her and the two of you started this friendship, which blossomed into love, she was telling you about her life, right?
Yes.
And she had just come home from her first year of college.
I believe it was her first year in Marinette.
Marinette. Yeah, and she was studying art. You know, she was an artist.
Screen printing, yes.
She was living with her mom.
Yes.
And that was in Stanley, Wisconsin.
Yes.
Which, although it's not in Eau Claire, it's certainly driving distance, meaning a person can drive back and forth between Eau Claire and Stanley easily in the same day, right?
Right.
What, 45 minutes, hour?
I never clocked it, but I would give it about that much.
It's 35 minutes. And here it is. Look. Here it is right here. There's Eau Claire. And there's Owen Park. And then there's Stanley, Wisconsin. And it's weird because it's almost exactly the same distance and shape away from Menominee. Well, sort of. There's Menominee, right? Up and to the left. And then Eau Claire is up and to the right. About the same distance. Not that that matters.
What time, yes.
Right, and you don't drive. I mean,
No.
you have a car that you use as a storage locker, but generally speaking, you don't drive. You're a bicycle guy.
I cycle. Yeah.
Okay, so when you and Ezra would go places in a car, that would be her car because your car wasn't running.
Yeah, I didn't really run it for anything.
Okay, so she had the car.
Yeah,
You had the apartment.
yeah.
And
You see, the attorney's trying to. All yesterday, we were told what a leech, Ezra is. Oh, you have this house, don't you? You have this house, so I could just live here rent free. Yes, can we do that? Can I live here rent free? The prosecution made a big point of making Ezra dislikable to the jury by telling them what a leech she is. She never paid for coffee. She never left a tip. Blah 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 blah. The list goes on, right? Remember? But now the attorney thinks she's being real smart here. She's like, so you had the house, didn't you? And she had the car. But the thing is that Ezra lived in his house rent-free and then said, no, that's not enough. That's not enough. I also want you to chauffeur me around. You'll drive because I might have an attack. I might go into an episode and have an attack and it's not safe. So you better drive, Jason.
when you met her, you also met her parents eventually.
Sorry to interrupt, but it's not even like it's her car. There's no fucking way she paid for that car. That car was a gift, probably from her adopted dad, Joe Shane Carlin, which is funny because in Ezra's testimony, which we will be getting to real soon, one of these days, she says, you know, when she went to Alex's house the day of the murder, she left the car outside the house with the door open and the engine running. And the prosecutor was saying, so you weren't afraid someone would steal your car? And Ezra says, no, it's a horrible, ugly car. And I thought it was funny because it was so obviously a gift. Where's she going to get the money for a car? She's had a job for like 5 minutes at Joanne Fabric. And it's probably a gift from her dad, who's sitting in the courtroom. You know, he probably just thought a nice, affordable, safe car. I think it's a 2005 Impala. It's not that bad. I mean, I still think of that as a new car.
Right?
Yes.
And you formed a bond really with her father.
Which father are we speaking of?
I'm talking about Joe Shane Carlin.
Yes, Joe's. Yep.
Joe, the man who adopted her.
Yes.
That's who she calls dad.
Yes.
Ezra has 3 fathers. Okay, she never met the birth father. But then, you know, Joe Shane adopted her. So that's her dad on paper and in feeling, it seems like. And then her mother remarried. So she's got another stepdad that's just a stepdad that's become her official adopted father, and a deadbeat father she's never met. Kind of nuts, huh?
Not a biological dad.
Negative, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
She had never,
I'd never met her biological father.
she hadn't met him either, right?
As to my knowledge, no.
You met her father and you actually would confide things in her father. And by her father, I'm always referring to Joe Shane Carlin, just so we're clear. Okay. You would confide in him, right?
From time to time, yeah.
You would tell him things about you and Ezra.
I would.
You would tell him concerns you had about Ezra.
I would.
And it was easy to bond with him man to man.
I mean, I bond pretty well with most people, but
you did bond well with Joe Shane, right?
not like more than anyone else, but yes.
And he's about the same age as you.
Approximately, I'm assuming.
So one thing you knew about Ezra was that she was young and impressionable, right?
I wouldn't say impressionable, but she was young.
She was vulnerable.
She wasn't vulnerable.
You are more worldly than Ezra McCandless. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
Worldly isn't in like my age, yes. Like I've lived more of a life than her, yes.
You've traveled.
I've traveled.
You've been in the military.
Been in the military.
You've gone outside the state of Wisconsin.
Yes.
You've not only been to the Redwoods, but to other places.
Yes.
You've been to places that for her, it's just a dream to.
Imagine that. guys. Imagine never going outside the state of Wisconsin. Is anyone in the chat from the States? Has anyone never been outside of their own state? That's amazing to me. I mean, if it's a really great state, I guess why? But yeah, it's good to see changes, don't you think?
Who have gone to some of those places, right?
I wouldn't say a dream. Everything's
A goal.
a goal. Yeah.
Okay. And you wanted to protect Ezra, right?
I want to protect everyone.
Well, I'm talking about your relationship with Ezra, so that's what I want to say. In general, your relationship with her, you saw yourself as protecting her.
I saw myself as protecting her. Yes.
Okay. And in fact, let me just say this. When Ezra moved back home after she left you,
Yes.
moved out of your house, there was an enormous amount of texting that went back and forth between you and her.
Yes.
Right? She didn't have a cell phone that she could just pick up her cell phone and call you and talk.
She could.
Well, she didn't have a cell phone. There was a house phone at her parents', but her mode of communication was an iPod at that time.
She
right?
could call through the text.
Kazati asks, did this guy have any friends his own age? No, he tried that, and they all made fun of him and made him carry all their bags at once up high staircases. And they'd film him.
Text app, or she could text through the text app.
Okay, but she needed Wi-Fi to do that.
Yes.
And through the Instagram text app, there was a constant, the last few weeks of March, before everything happened here, there was a lot of texting between you and her.
Yes.
And during that texting, one of the things that you said to her on March 11th is, well, your Instagram name is the Doc Wolf,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
And you said to her, I'm a wolf protecting a fawn.
I don't recall that specifically, but if I can look at it.
Okay.
What Instagram page, Council?
I'm about to bring it over. That would be page 1189.
That's okay, I'll just pull it up here, thank you.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 687.
Where are we at?
Wish I had a pen, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So like before, we read from the bottom up.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, and so if you go here to about 2/3 of the way up the page, the date is March 11th. Do you see that?
I see that.
And you are the author, the Doc Wolf,
That is
right?
me.
I'm a wolf protecting a fawn.
Yeah, I see that.
And then the next thing you wrote to her is, or a fox with another.
Yes.
Okay.
What the hell does that mean? A fox with another? Another fox?
And Judge, I'll just display this to the jury. I move in Exhibit 687.
Any objection to Exhibit 687? I would ask that it be shown in its entirety, not just an isolated message.
That's fine. I have no problem with that.
And how many pages would be the
It's
entire?
one page, page 1189. Oh, this has to be worn up.
All right, that'll be
Warm up, excuse me.
received. 687 received.
Okay.
May
So
publish.
starting at the bottom of that page, it starts with her saying to you, that is true, right?
Whatever the context of that is.
Okay. And then there's something that's a text, but it's just a bunch of empty boxes.
Probably emojis.
What?
They're probably emojis. I think that's how they show up.
Oh, okay. So we can't really tell what those are, right?
No, negative.
And she's talking to you about making.
Oh, my God. I think the military kicked him out after this. Dishonorable discharge. Listen, you don't have to talk like we do on the base all day in court.
Making love to you. She says, I'm a garden when I'm making love to you. Right?
Yes.
That's the next thing she says. And then the next thing she says is, as cheesy and dumb as I am. Right?
Yes. Yes.
And it's after that that you say, I'm a wolf protecting a fawn,
Yes.
or a fox with another.
Yes.
And then you say to her, the first is a little odd.
See, Jason knows that just after this text exchange, there was a dick pic, and he's getting worried. He keeps looking around, going, "Has she got it in her hand?"
What is Lily?
Oh, I'm sorry. I should move the page down. My apologies.
No, don't move the page down. Don't move the page down. Leave the page where it is, lady.
Probably referring to the wolf protecting a fawn.
Well, it's your words.
That's what, yeah, my words are probably saying a wolf protecting a fawn is the first is probably a little odd.
Okay, nothing further. Moving 687.
It's been received.
Thank you. So let me just say something about you and protecting. You're a medic
Yes.
in the military, right?
Yes.
And that means that your job is to heal people.
My job is to do no further harm. That's our credo.
Okay, we all know the first words of doctors or the Hippocratic Oath is do no harm, right? Okay, but within that, do no harm, it goes more than that. It also goes to try and treat people and heal people if you can.
But it's not our job to fix people.
Your job is to fix their wounds when you're a medic in the military.
Fix their wounds, but people aren't like bicycles. You can't fix somebody.
Fair enough.
Okay. We've cracked the case. People are not like bicycles. People are not like bicycles. You can't fix somebody like you can a bicycle. This is an act. No one's like this in real life, okay? This is a skit. It's an SNL gag. I don't know what's going on. People are not bicycles, okay? He really says it like that's a key revelation as well, doesn't he? The irony is that Ezra, is like a town bicycle because everyone's ridden her, or she's ridden everyone. Whichever way round that is.
But you can fix certain parts, right?
You can help them and you can give them options, but
You can fix certain parts. You can fix the pedals. You can fix the handlebars. You can fix the seat, or even adjust the seat, for like a taller person.
it's their own choice to fix their lives or themselves.
Okay, I'm talking about wounds, like when somebody cuts themselves as a medic and they need stitches, you can stitch them up in the military,
To the best of your abilities, depending on like your care level, yes.
Okay. And you, to some extent, wanted to do that with Ezra.
I wanted to see her grow. I wanted to see, I knew she was capable of many things, so I saw potential in her, especially her art.
Okay, so you thought she was a good artist.
Yeah, I thought she was exceptional for the amount of effort she had to put in. The results were like exceptional.
She was young, but she was a really good artist.
She was very good.
She was too young to go to a bar, but she was certainly a good artist, right?
Yes, yeah.
Now, sometimes when you would go with Ezra and she was driving the car, she would get very anxious. Fair?
She had, I wouldn't call it PTSD, but she had anxiety that dealt with.
Okay. You're a medic, not a psychiatrist, right?
No.
Not a psychologist, right? So it would be fair to say, with all due respect to you, sir, that you're not really in a position to diagnose post-traumatic stress disorder.
No, I'm not diagnosing.
Okay, right. That's somebody with one of those training and those degrees are the people who have to do that, right?
Yes. Could I say anxiety?
All right. You did?
Okay.
You can say whatever you want. I'm just asking questions.
Roger.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, except for things the judge says you can't testify about. All right.
Limits.
Yeah, Roger. What's your birthday, Roger? How old are you?
So getting used to this.
Okay, we get that. when she would get emotional in the car and was driving, sometimes you would take over the driving, right?
At times, it wasn't safe otherwise.
Pardon me?
It wouldn't be safe otherwise.
Right. And she would say to you, I want you to take over, Jason. I don't want to drive.
Yes.
She was emotional and you would do that. You would take over and you would drive her car, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you certainly.
Yeah, and maybe what could happen, you know, just in case I have an attack, you could drive us down to Racy's, and then you could drive back home and stay there while I'm at Racy's, and then later you could drive back and we could drive back home together, you know, in case I have an attack.
You had a driver's license even though you didn't have a
Yeah,
vehicle.
I prefer not to drive.
Okay, but you would do it when she wanted you to, right?
For our safety, yes.
And that happened more than once.
I would say it was a limited amount of occasions, but it wasn't like it happened all the time when she drove.
No, it just happened when she got very emotional or there was some touchy and anxious things going on, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you some questions about Racy's. When you met Ezra McCandless, you'd been part of the Racy's crowd for quite a while, right?
I wouldn't know how long, but yeah, I was there for quite a bit.
But she was a newbie to Racy's.
Yeah, we kind of, through our friendship, she was inducted into the crew.
Into the crew. The crew there is not uniform, right?
No.
There's differences of opinion.
Many.
And although many people are friendly, not everybody is equally friendly to each other, right?
I would say there is an amount of cattiness, but there's always respect, I guess.
Okay, so about this cattiness, I mean, the way you talked about Racy's yesterday, you almost seemed like you were referring to it as like a family, right?
Oh, definitely.
And sometimes in families, there are tensions and people don't like each other all the time.
Yeah, but you always love each other.
And even then, people sometimes gossip, right?
Gossip.
Racy's.
This guy is obsessed with loving people at Racy's. It's a coffee shop. That's all it is. It's a coffee shop with retro shit everywhere, cribbage boards, 70s couches, art supplies, and $4.50 blueberry muffins. That's all it is. I think I heard somewhere that they have a unisex restroom. You know, like the bathrooms are non-gender specific. How does everyone feel like that about that in the chat?
Was gossipy, wasn't it?
Yes.
There's a lot of he said, she said stuff going on there, right?
Yes.
And to use an old cliche, like the game telephone, where one person repeats something to another, you know.
Lost in translation.
Lost in translation, not bad intent, but the facts get turned.
I thought he said Boston translation. You need a fucking translator for Boston, you know. I saw Good Will Hunting. It was a waste of time. I couldn't understand a word they were saying.
Turned around a little bit, right?
Yes.
And sometimes people think somebody did something wrong, but they're wrong because they've just heard too much gossip. Fair enough?
Fair.
Okay. And so Ezra was newer, but not everybody there. A lot of people really liked her, but not everybody. Fair?
I mean, to my knowledge, she was pretty well received.
All right. Now, yesterday you testified about things that happened with John, right?
John Hanson.
John Hanson.
Yes.
Yes. And I'm going to come back to that later, but one of the things that happened after you talked to John Hanson, well, you got on the phone with him and he told you he'd never had sex with Ezra, right?
Yes.
And he went around Racy's telling that to people too.
I can't know if he did that or not, but I don't know. It just seems, I can't.
But you knew when he first told you that he had denied having sex with Ezra, right?
Yes,
And he certainly, in your opinion, didn't want to be seen as having sex with your girlfriend out in public, right?
in that first interaction, he admitted to it at the end of it, though.
At the end of it, but initially he denied it, right?
Initially, he denied it.
And you heard through Josh Trankler that he was denying it to other people too.
I believe I might have. I don't recall specifically, but
Okay. Let me ask you some questions about the abortion. I know it's a tough subject, okay?
yes.
When you found out she was pregnant, that was a time of stress and turmoil in the relationship. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say it was stressful. It was just, it was a situation where she was having a hard time getting her footing, holding an occupation, and then she was sick. So I just wanted to know, like, how I could help.
She was sick and she had lost.
Yeah, I think I've heard of that thing before, where people are looking for a job and they don't really want to or actually have to work. And then suddenly they get sick, right? Suddenly they're really, really ill.
A lot of weight,
Yes,
right? She was vomiting every day.
yes.
Neither one of you knew why.
No, I didn't know
Right.
for sure.
It was kind of exceptional. And before she even went to the doctor, she got a home pregnancy test.
I did not know this, though.
Okay, so before she got the abortion, or about the abortion, there wasn't that much communication between the two of you about it, right?
About what?
The abortion, in advance.
Why would there be communication about?
I don't know, I can't answer questions about what happened with other people, I wasn't there. But
What I'm stating is, if I didn't know she was pregnant, why would we be talking about abortions?
I'm talking about once you knew she was pregnant.
There was no conversation.
There was no conversation.
She asked for paperwork from the nurse, and I shut my mouth.
She was actually under the impression that you did not want
Objection
her to
calls
have
for
the baby.
speculation. Sustained.
Mr. Mangle, in the middle of March, you were interviewed by Detective Prock, right?
I was interviewed by a lot of people, so
Okay, I'm not talking about after Alex died, I'm talking about before Alex died.
during the
Okay.
investigation, or
When, in the middle of March, after what John had done to Ezra came to light, you were interviewed by the police,
yes,
right? And the person who interviewed you was Detective Ryan Prock,
yes,
same detective who is sitting in court today,
yes,
correct? I'd ask the record to reflect, and he's sitting here behind the prosecution table with a black suit.
The record will so reflect.
Okay. Oh, I wanted to reflect that he's identified, that Mr. Mangle has identified Detective Prock.
Okay, well, all right.
Thank you.
Is that your understanding, sir?
yeah, I understand.
Okay, then the record will reflect he's identified him. I was just letting the record reflect that Detective Prock has been allowed to remain in court throughout the trial.
When you talked to Detective Prock, you gave him background information about your relationship with Ezra McCandless, right?
Yes,
He was asking you questions and you were giving him answers, right?
yes,
You were filling him in on things that had happened between you and Ezra,
yes,
about the ups and downs of your relationship with her.
yes.
And in the course of filling him in, what you told Detective Prock is that Ezra thought for sure you
Objection
didn't
calls for
want.
speculation.
It's what
Hold on,
he's,
just stop. Ho.
The
Stop tape, please. If anyone wants to see what a $4.50 blueberry muffin looks like, here it is. To me, it doesn't look that good. It looks pretty dry. It looks like it's been sitting in there for a week. It's not going to be the world's best muffin, is it? You could get a pack of 12 from the store, for probably $3. That would be just as good. I mean, I'm not going to pay $4.50 for that little cake.
Follow-up question will.
Okay, well, yeah, this question is, I'm not going to sustain the objection to this question, but if
But the
going down.
question's almost done, if I can just
Okay,
finish it, and there
you
is
go
no
ahead and finish the
follow-up
question.
Okay. What you told Detective Proc on that,
The key word in blueberry muffin is blueberry. Let's just do an experiment here, guys. Google, world's best blueberry muffin. You want to see the blueberries pop. That thing should be bursting with fruit, right? $4.50. Let's check it out here. What have we got? How about, oh, that looks pretty good. How do we share this tab? It's a little small for $4.50. I might pay $2. That's even smaller. I should have put the world's biggest and best blueberry muffin. These are all homemade. I need professional pastry chefs. But the point is, you want to see the fruit pop, right? This is just look at it now. Look at that sad, squashed thing in a little glass prison. God, I bet Ezra would fucking shank somebody in jail for one of those, huh? Ezra, you can have a blueberry muffin and a mochaccino if you tell us it was you. and quit your appeal. Stop wasting everyone's time.
that day,
I'm going to object on hearsay grounds, Judge.
Sustained on hearsay.
can I have a sidebar, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sustained.
Now, Mr. Mangle, when she had the abortion, that was traumatic to her, right?
Yes.
And I think yesterday you talked about how during the abortion, she didn't want you to be in the room, right?
Yeah, she changed her mind on the way there.
You had come in as the supportive boyfriend, right?
Yes.
But she did not want you to be a witness to this destruction of life.
Objection calls for speculation.
I sustained.
Judge, can we approach? Counsel, do you want to bring VVV with you again?
I can do that.
All right.
You may answer as to what.
I'm going to repeat
Go ahead,
the
rephrase the
question.
question.
Yeah, let me just do that. So Mr. Mangle, when you drove her and you said she changed her mind, right?
Yes.
So you said to her, do you not want me there? You said something like that, right?
So that, yeah.
And what she said was, I don't want you to see any of this stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Now, after this abortion, which was traumatic for her, she wanted you near her, right? Not during the abortion, but in the aftermath, in the relationship.
Yeah.
You went to sleeping on the couch, right?
At times, yes.
Okay. But what you told us yesterday was when you were sleeping on the couch, she wanted you to be with her in the bed, right?
Yes.
She wanted your comfort.
Yes.
She wanted your love.
Yes.
And there were times when you felt that you needed to separate yourself from her. Fair?
Yeah. Yes.
And one of the things that you did, in fact, after this abortion, you even thought she was going through like postpartum depression over it, right?
Yeah.
And you went on this trip to clear your head with your friend Josh Trinkler, right? And when you went with Josh Trinkler think you told us the whole plane route and the redwoods and how that was a great space for you, right?
Yeah.
And it could have been longer than a week that you went away, right?
I mean, with travel time, I'm not completely sure on the,
You don't have a calendar showing the exact dates, right?
no, I think I wrote it down, but I don't have an exact recollection.
Well, yesterday in court, I don't want you to take this as attacking you at all, but you just made a mistake when you said how long you were gone for military duty in February. You remembered it was 2 or 3 weeks when it was really only 9 days, February 5th to the 14th, right?
Yes.
So similarly, this trip that you took with Josh Trankler out to the redwoods, out to nature, it was kind of a spiritual reawakening for you. Would you say that?
I wouldn't say spiritual, it is just
Personal?
personal.
Fair? Could have been longer than just a week that you were gone.
It could have been.
Okay, so you're gone, you're in the redwoods, and she's home alone, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about Alex, all right?
Alexander Woodworth.
Alexander Woodworth. Thank you for clarifying that. Well, you had an Alexander Zink who was your roommate, right?
Yes.
Alexander Woodworth was somebody you knew as part of the Racy's crowd.
Yes.
He was a guy who would sit in the corner reading books and writing in journals.
Often, yes.
And he was often kind of almost like a loner to himself a lot, right?
I wouldn't call him a loner.
Well, not when he was working. He was a sociable guy, but he liked to spend time with himself writing in his notebooks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would have headphones and stuff.
Writing in his notebooks, planning abuse, planning what he would do to his next victim.
And a lot, it's kind of like it's an implied task, I guess you could say, if you're at a coffee shop studying or doing some work and you have earphones in your work.
Don't forget how the defense counsel and co-counsel are trying to paint Alex here, guys. Remember? Cut, cut, cut. He slices her jeans. Running. A door. A doorknob. A driveway. Cut, cut, cut. So I just love, because everyone else says that Alex was like the nicest guy ever. Real smart, real caring, put everyone else before his own needs. Wouldn't even kill bugs, take them outside in a cup and try and teach others the importance of doing the same. I mean, it's almost like he's Jesus Christ or something, Cut, cut, cut.
Working on something.
He would write journals.
Often, yes.
You saw copies of those journals?
Briefly at bars from time to time, he would show me his works.
He didn't read you long passages, right?
He didn't recite them to me, but he would let me read them.
And you found his writings very painful, right?
Well, he's a philosopher.
And he expressed what you called entropy, disorder, and pain in his writings. That was your impression.
I would say he had a specific eye for the world, and we don't always see it through the same lens. I can't really speculate.
But his writings, you're not a nihilist, right?
No,
And he was a nihilist.
I can't say that he was anything.
Well, you thought some of his writings were really brutal, didn't you?
I thought that, but I'm also not trained. I'm not like an English professor.
Right. I'm just talking about your impression. I'm not trying to get you to be a professor.
Okay.
Okay. His writings were very personal sometimes.
Yeah, they're very personal.
They were not just philosophy in the abstract like a professor would teach a class. They were about him and his feelings quite a bit, seen through the philosophy lens, right?
I don't know if he was always referring these things to himself. I don't think people always have to write about themselves.
Okay, whatever you think about what people always have to write, some of Alex's writings were personal, right? And painful.
I wouldn't know. I didn't ask him if these were personal memoirs. It never stated his name.
Right. He didn't say, I, Alex Woodworth, believe blah, blah, blah in his journals, but he would use the word I at various times, right?
Well, if you're writing a narrative, you have to have a narrator, right?
I don't know, I'm not a writer.
I'm just assuming that's how it works.
He certainly didn't tell you about anything he wrote in his journals concerning Ezra McCandless, right?
No, I had no impressions about any of that stuff.
I mean, that wasn't something he was going to share with you, right?
I would.
The kosher style little tip here. The best medicine while sick is natural yogurt and then a separate bowl of plain white boiled rice, followed by a Coca-Cola in sips, not gulps.
Would assume not, no.
And when you would read them, you would find his writings brutal and pessimistic sometimes.
When we're talking about when I viewed his writings, this is far before him and Ezra McCandless's relations. Our friendship kind of lost touch, and we weren't as there wasn't as much camaraderie, I guess. We still talked. We were still respectful of each other, but he didn't reach out as much as he used to.
And in other words, he wasn't really comfortable about opening up about his life with you. Fair to say.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Can I approach?
Yes. Okay. Objection is overruled.
Okay.
And the witness may answer in the manner discussed at sidebar.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. I'll repeat the question because we've probably all forgotten it by now. What you felt, you never felt like Alex was comfortable opening up with you completely about what happened in his childhood and his life. He had other friends for that, right? That's how you felt.
I think he had other confidants that were much closer, yes.
So your answer to my question is yes.
Yes.
You talked yesterday about Ezra and Alex, and what you said was you believed they both shared a painful and traumatic history with each other, right?
I wouldn't say they both shared a painful traumatic history, I guess, but
Well, that they shared their personal pain and trauma with each other. That's what you said in court yesterday, right?
I might have said that, but I can't remember.
You don't remember your exact words, but
No.
you're not denying that you said that yesterday.
No, they had
Fair.
commonality, I guess you could say.
I'm going to ask you some questions now about when Alex cut his wrists.
Yes.
All right. He cut his wrists and Ezra called you over to treat it, right?
Yeah, she might have messaged me or called me. I can't recall.
Either way,
Yeah.
she's the one who got in touch with you,
Yes.
right? And she asked you to come and help Alex because he had slit his wrist.
Yes.
You went over there and you saw the mark.
Should we have a look at a random excerpt from Fear and Trembling by Soren Kierkegaard, the book that Alex would read to Ezra, supposedly while having sex with her in the prone position, so she's flat on her belly. He's behind her, going at it like a rabbit. He's 24 years old, remember? And he's reading from this book, and let's just pick a passage at random here. Infinite resignation is the last stage which God before faith, so that everyone who has not made the movement of infinite resignation cannot have faith, for only through absolute resignation do I become conscious of my eternal worth, and only then can there arise the problem of again grasping hold of this world by virtue of faith. Is that getting anyone going?
Right?
I believe it was the.
You think it was the right wrist?
I can't recall specifically.
Okay. Whichever wrist it is, the mark that he made when he slit his wrist went across his wrist, correct?
But yeah, which is uncommon.
It's pretty much undisputed, Leslie. He really did do that. It's such a funny mental image. I just, if that were a cartoon, you'd laugh.
For look, I'm not going to give my medical.
You're not a suicide expert.
No, I'm not.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Your belief is that that gesture would be a cry for help.
I mean, I do suppose that the only two people that can testify to that are Alex and Ezra, and Ezra's a liar. So I don't know if any other women have come forward and said, yeah, he did that to me too. He'd read from Kierkegaard.
Help, as
Yes.
opposed to actually one wanting to do away with
And
themselves.
I spoke with him about it. Yes.
Okay. And when you talked to him about it, he was playing it off to you like it was an accident, right?
Yes, he said he had been.
He was drunk, a knife slipped, something like that,
He
right?
didn't realize the sharpness is what he said.
But you weren't buying that.
No.
You saw it and you're like, you knew from your training experience, this is no accident.
Judge, I'm going to object. The defense counsel's made clear that he's not an expert in this area, so he shouldn't be giving an opinion on that.
It's a lay opinion.
Sustained. Well,
In your
we're not
lay
allowing
opinion.
lay opinions.
Okay. What?
We're not allowing lay opinions with respect to certain areas.
Oh, I
And,
thought that was about emotional states, not actions. But I'll move on, Judge, if you want me to.
Please,
Thank you.
thank you.
What you said to Alex, well, first of all, yesterday, I believe you described these wounds as shallow, right?
Yeah, it wasn't very far past. Those are the
You remember, you've been through, after Mr. Woodworth died, you had a couple of different interviews with police officers, correct?
correct.
And when you were interviewing, you remember talking to Investigator Dykus and Investigator Meyer?
Were they the Dunn County sheriffs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you remember speaking with them, even if you may not remember their names?
I remember speaking with detectives from Dunn County. Yes.
And do you recall telling Investigator Dykus, when talking about this, that Alex's wound to his wrist was very...
This is a really good point, Leslie, and I can't believe I've never come to it before. It seems so obvious now. If Ezra got sick on purpose, she's already moved into his house and having him drive her everywhere. Why not cement that deal? Can you imagine how protective and supportive and financially, holding up that Jason would be if there was a baby on the way? There'd be no call for her to get a job then, would there? There'd be no job process. We don't even need to start that process. You're staying home. We're going to get you all the care you need, the best care. You're not lifting a finger around here. We're just going to wheel you into races, get you 15 muffins, and, you're eating for 2. So double the blueberries.
very deep.
Very deep.
Your word.
It would also kind of possibly make sense, if she just dropped out of the idea, got scared of like, holy shit, I'm actually pregnant, and maybe this wasn't a good idea. Her subsequent guilt and inner turmoil would quite nicely be explained by that plan and then backfiring of the plan. I like it, Leslie. Quite possible.
Yes.
I might have said it was in the marbling or something. I don't recall saying very deep, but
Okay. I'm going to show you what's a transcript that's been prepared of that interview. All right?
Jason would wax poetic. I mean, he's a real bicycle guy, right? So he'd probably tell her all about the wonders of a Gary Fisher or a Schwinn, You know, he's like, yeah, Schwinn and Gary Fisher. Those are the only two I know.
And I'm just gonna direct your attention, this is page 55.
I see this.
All right, yes. You're talking
Yeah, I see this.
to Investigator Dykus, right? And he's asking you about Alex's attempted suicide, right?
I'm sorry, Counselor, what line are you looking at?
Line 16. And
I'm,
page 55, line 16.
there are 2 interviews with the same officers. And
That's F.
thank you.
What you said to Investigator Dykus in talking about it is because like it was very deep, correct?
That's what it says on the transcript.
You might not remember, but you know you were being recorded when you talked to him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware that Alex had like played it off to you, right? As something else, right?
He said it was,
And
actually,
at work, he told people it was a steam wand injury from making coffee, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
It's not speculative, Judge. Do you
Then
want
it's
to
hearsay.
go
Well-
on the transcript? I have an argument I can make in sidebar about its admissibility.
So is it, are you asking him about what Mr. Woodworth had said? Or what he had heard in terms of what other people said Alex said?
Let me just double check, okay?
Okay.
Let me just say this. You had given Mr. Woodworth something to wrap around the wound to keep it clean, right?
yeah, I gave him equipment to maintain it.
Right. And he went to work with that covering, right?
Objection, again, it calls for speculation or it's hearsay.
Well, I think it's a lack of foundation as to personal knowledge. Does he?
Did you know that he had gone to work?
Is a judge supposed to do that? Correct the objections? I thought the case was like you have to commit to a legal objection, whether it's lack of personal knowledge or hearsay or calls for speculation or whatever. And if it's not that objection, you haven't objected to the appropriate thing. But the judge just said it's not those objections, but it is lack of personal knowledge. I didn't think that was allowed.
Work with you had wrapped it, correct?
I had wrapped it.
You
Yes.
had given him Dermabond.
I used some kind of thing to,
Okay. And then you had wrapped it to keep it clean, right?
yes.
But important to keep a wound clean.
Yeah, I irrigated and cleaned it.
All right. And you were told, or did
Metrix muffins. We're all going to be making muffins tomorrow, right, guys? I bet every single one of us is going to come up with something better than that $4.50 burnt, old, dry, fucking. What was it made out of? There's like one blueberry right in the middle, half a blueberry.
did you know personally that he had gone to work with it wrapped up?
I had heard he was wearing a dressing, but I don't know if it was the same dressing that I
Okay.
had.
And you heard people at Racy's talk about what he said about his wound.
I'm going to
correct?
sustain on hearsay.
Thank you.
I'd like to approach.
Okay. Is sustained?
Oh my God, I've just looked up wax poetic. Check out this definition. Wax poetic is an English phrase that is used to describe someone's over-flowery and long-winded style of speech. Wow. Well, I think we found the perfect. It should just have a picture of Jason Mengel next to this definition. Example, during the dinner party, Jason began to wax poetic about his love for classical music, describing in extreme detail how each note seemed to paint a picture in his mind. This is exactly what he does. That's exactly what he does. And I can't stand anyone that does that. It's like, just get to the point. Over flowery and long-winded style of speech. Is that what I'm doing right now? Oh, shit. Okay.
Fair to say that as far as you knew, Alex wasn't going around races bragging about a suicide attempt, right?
Not to my knowledge.
And fair to say, as far as you knew, Alex wasn't going around races saying, I'm having a relationship with Ezra McCandless, right?
I mean, I don't know, but I would assume he wouldn't do the same thing.
And you, however, let me just say this. After this happened, Ezra McCandless said he sliced his wrist because she wouldn't leave you for Alex. She told you that, right?
Yes, she said.
And she told you that, and you knew about Alex way before February of 2018.
What are you implying?
You knew that Alex Woodworth was having a relationship with Ezra McCandless before February when you had your encounter with him at Racy's.
I had impressions that they had become very close. I wasn't fully I had an idea that something was going on.
You had a roommate, Alex Zink, who was telling you Ezra wasn't coming home at night when you were out of town, right?
Well, she would be telling me one thing and then other
But
people.
I'm asking what Alex Zink told you. He would tell you she wasn't coming home at night, correct?
The night that she said she was at the house, he said she was not.
And in fact, what he said to you, what you talked to Detective Dykus about this, correct?
I might have, yes.
When you talked to Alex and you believed it was a suicide attempt, you said to him, look, you were telling him not to do this, right?
I asked him if he needed help, if I should call somebody.
One of the things you said to him is, sorry, I'm
I
sorry.
asked him if he needed help and then it'd be arrested.
If I should call somebody or if he wanted to see.
And you said to him, look, you only get one shot at this.
Yes.
And by one shot at this, you didn't mean one shot at slitting his wrist. You meant one shot at life.
At life, yes.
Now, you talked about this with investigators Dykus and Meyer, right? You talked to them a couple of different
I
times,
talked to
right?
so many law enforcement agents.
It's a little
but
hard
yes,
for you to remember
it's all-
exactly. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean this.
No, you're fine. It's all like a soup of conversations.
Okay, so in the soup of conversation, some of the soup of this conversations you had were shortly after Ezra was in the hospital and Alex Woodworth had been discovered to be deceased, right?
Before and after he was discovered, yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And you had a conversation with these investigators on March 27th, so 5 days after you last saw Alex, right?
I'm sure I probably did.
Or can you turn it to my computer then?
And Judge, we will mark and move to admit this later. We'll tie this up afterwards for the record.
Is the
But
state
this-
where was this?
Yes.
Yes, assuming, I
It's
believe
DO
council's gonna play the audio portion of a transcript she showed me. I don't have an objection to that portion being
That's all
played.
we're gonna play. Okay, so just for the record, this is what the state has provided as GOJW, and we are playing from 16 minutes and 12 seconds to 17 minutes and 6 seconds. This is an interview by investigators Dykus, DICUS, and Meyer, MAYER, of Jason Mengel on March 27th.
President
Okay.
He had said that
I mean, I bandaged him up once when he slit his wrist. Okay. Because he said, if you don't leave him, I'm going to kill myself. What do you mean leave him? Was he talking about you? Okay. So, like, I went over to the house and this was...
Welcome, Renita Babasina. Good to see you.
Months ago, I can't remember when, but I cleaned up his wound and bandaged him all up, and I sat and had a talk with him about, do we need to go in and do something? Yeah. People are not going to understand that this was an act, because he said, I got drunk and I accidentally cut myself with a knife that I got for Christmas. And I was like, this is a really weird place to accidentally cut yourself. Where was that at then? On the wrist? Okay. And I was like, this is not a place you accidentally cut yourself out. Okay. And he's like, no, you have to believe me, it was just an accident.
Jason just believes, even when he's doubting someone, he acts like, you know, you could say to Jason, I was walking to races with my knife and a pigeon came down and took it from me. And then he flew way up. Jason. And then he dropped it and it landed on my wrist. And he'd go, that'd be really weird for a pigeon to do that, Alex. Are you sure that's what happened, Alex? You only get one shot, Alex. One shot at the pigeon. And life is a pigeon.
I was holding his hands. Like, I knew he was cheating on me. I knew what was going on. Okay. Like, relationship wise. I didn't kick her out. I didn't be mean to him. Like, okay. We were still all friends. Okay. I just knew there were two people that...
Wax Poetic Soup is going on the merchandise list. I hate it when I think the first time I heard this soup thing that people do was Chris Watts, when the detectives went back up to see him in Wisconsin, by the way, in Waupun. Is that where he is? Or Dodge? I think he's in Dodge, actually, which is near Waupun. I think it's in Waupun. But yeah, they say, what happened, Chris? Why did you kill your whole family for that hussy, for the geologist hussy at your workplace that you were boinking? And he goes, well, it was just this whole, you know, it was like a bad luck soup. You know, that really took any shot out of the game for that phrase or any variation of soup related metaphors working for me at any stage. I can't stand it. When anyone ever says soup, I instantly hate them.
It went a line beyond that. But
And do you know what the time stamp was when it completed?
Mr. Nelson probably does.
Judge, I started playing it at 16:12 and I pressed pause at 17:06. I think you can see it on the screen there.
Oh, okay. Well, then that was the correct time.
Very good, thank you.
So, in other words, you're talking to Investigator Dykus 5 days after Alex is gone, and you're telling him months ago you knew that she was cheating on you and you didn't kick her out.
I think at that time, I knew there was something going on, but now that I had the relevant facts, it all made sense. Like, I started to see the signs, like, you know, the red people wear the rose-colored glasses, and you just assume, like, oh, she wasn't lying about this, or she was actually at the...
What you told Investigator Dykus is what we heard, your words on the tape. Correct, Mr. Mangle? There's no arguing with you said that, right?
But I'm also speaking.
Mr. Mangle, there's no arguing with the fact that you said that, right?
No.
Okay, I don't mean to be rude, but I want to move on. One of the things that okay.
Yeah, I think it's a spare part, the necklace, for her hub assembly. It's the O-ring. It's the big O-ring that goes around the hub assembly.
Excuse me 1 second, Your Honor. Just don't want to get my page confused. You smoked cigarettes, right?
Yes.
And so did Mr. Woodworth?
Yes.
And I guess you probably can't smoke in races, but you go outside to smoke, right? There's no smoking inside the establishment
No, it's not
itself.
inside the establishment.
But it's common to go outside and have a smoke.
It's common.
And you would bum cigarettes from Alex.
We bum from each other.
And when you would go bum a smoke from him, you didn't do it just because you wanted a cigarette. You did it for other reasons, didn't you?
What are you implying?
Well, you would say to yourself in your head, yeah, like you're taking things of mine and I'll just take some things of yours. That's what was in your head. Right?
Yeah, you're fucking my girlfriend, so I'm going to take one of your cigarettes so that we're even.
Right?
No.
All right. Again, you talked to investigators Dykus and Meyer twice, right?
Yes.
Mr. Mangle, when you talked to those investigators, it was a long interview, both times, right?
All the times it was long, yes.
And it was long and you filled in lots and lots of details, right?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
I mean, you even went into details sometimes about like whether you had pizza.
Yeah, I rant sometimes.
Okay.
It's not uncommon.
And when you were talking, you were truthful with the police, right?
To the best of my knowledge.
You weren't trying to lie to the police.
I had nothing to hide.
And what you said in this truthful conversation with the police about finding out about Ezra seeing Alex is you said you had found out through the grapevine, right?
Judge, may we approach? All right.
Mr. Mangle, I'm going to show you what's marked as 689. I'm sorry for being repetitive.
Oh, you're fine.
This is a transcript of your conversation with investigators Dykus and Meyer, right?
This was done exclusively the day when I had the conversation with him and Hanson. It's not like this was a regular, I would bum smokes from him to be mean.
Okay. Well,
That's all the context.
I didn't hear that.
That was all the context it was saying.
What,
This was specifically the day where I talked with Hanson and Alexander Woodworth outside of Racy's.
and what you told investigated Dykus was that you were, pardon my language, kind of a dick about bumming the cigarettes,
Yeah.
right? You
Just
said
this
that.
one day. Yeah, I was kind of rude. I
But
was.
I'm talking about the one day. I'm talking about what you said.
Did the attorney just say that as a quote, or was that her own words? You were kind of a dick about it, right?
What,
This was specifically the day where I talked with Hanson and Alexander Woodworth outside of Racy's.
and what you told investigated Dykus was that you were, pardon my language, kind of a dick about bumming the cigarettes,
Yeah.
right? You
Just
said
this
that.
one
Okay, it was a quote. I thought she just said that on her own.
day. Yeah, I was kind of rude. I was.
But I'm talking about the one day. I'm talking about what you said, okay? And you said and again, pardon my language, after you said you were kind of a dick about it, you said you were expressing what was in your head, not what you had said to Alex Woodworth, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're taking things of mine and I'll just take something of yours, man. Right?
Yeah,
You
that's
told
what
that to the police, right?
I believe I even stated that to Alexander, but
Oh, okay. Now, when
Hello, Veronica Sawyer 77. What's doing? What's happening?
you had your confrontation with Mr. Woodworth. Right, 1 second. All right. So it's fair to say, given all of this, that you knew, you may not have had a videotape, Ezra McCandless may not have told you, but you really knew that she and Alex were seeing each other, and you knew it for a while before February.
I was in denial, yes.
You knew it in your gut,
Yes.
right? And you didn't kick her out,
No.
right? Back in December. And let me ask you some questions now. And actually, when you went and talked to Alex in February, Ezra had already moved out of your house, right?
I believe she was already moved out, yes.
We'll come back to that. I'm going to ask you some questions now about John Hanson.
Okay.
All right? When you described John as a very good friend of yours, right?
Yes.
Unlike Alex, who's somebody you were more remote with.
We were still good friends, but not as close.
You felt very betrayed that John had sex with your girlfriend, right?
It wasn't betrayal as the situation.
Well, it was the situation that he assaulted her, right?
Yeah, the accusation.
Right.
That's what made me.
And you used that word a lot yesterday. You said he assaulted her, he assaulted her. You used that word when you were talking about it, right?
That's what the defendant had told me.
That's, okay. That's Miss McCandless, okay? The
Ezra
state may want to call her the defendant. I'm calling her Ezra McCandless,
Roger.
all right? Which was the name you always called her by.
The defendant, her name is Ezra McCandless. The state may want to call her the defendant. I'm calling her Ezra McCandless, okay? Roger. It never gets old. It never gets old, especially when they're discussing what we're going to call the defendant. He's like, Roger. Oh my God, Jason. Yeah, he's in his 30s. He's bumming smokes, but you know what? It's probably all part of the community races, community spirit, right? They probably have a collection box where they all contribute to each other's smoking. I don't what you know. And his body is in his 30s, but inside he is a 12-year-old boy, isn't he? This guy is like I think he needs to stop hanging around with people that are 15 years younger than he is and just grow the fuck up. You know?
Right?
Always.
And when you were friends with John, you know that John Hansen and Alex Woodworth were close with each other, right?
Can you repeat that question?
John Hansen and Alex Woodworth, they were close with each other.
Yeah, very close.
They were very good friends, right?
They had similar literature tastes.
They had similar literature tastes and similar philosophies.
Yeah, and Carrie, this is about as aggressive as he gets. He storms into Racy's and says, I need to talk to you outside. Right, let me have one of your smokes. You're going to take something of mine, I'm taking something of yours. Give me one of those smokes. And then he tells everyone that he loves them.
Right?
I would say like
Buys them all a blueberry muffin each. Have two.
point counterpoint a lot of times. They were good company to keep.
Well, they were both into nihilism, right?
I can't be sure what they were like. I understood some of the teachings and the readings they read were of specific genres, but I'm not sure if they were actually nihilists.
Well, your feelings about them and the impressions of them was that.
Judge, I'm going to object on opinion and foundation grounds.
No, Leslie, this guy's never seen any active duty at all. He's in the National Guard, and you know, I think it's like a weekend thing, basically. He like if there's a big parade or something, he'll go to the parade and he'll be at the welfare truck, you know, or he'll be marching with a first aid kit. And if one of the soldiers or a little girl falls down and scrapes her knee, he'll, you know, put a Band-Aid on it. You know, when he says he's a medic in the army, don't think about him running around Kandahar, you know, putting a tourniquet on someone's leg that's just been blown off. That's not what this guy does, okay? It's a friendly parade with young children falling over and cutting their knees. That's the extent of it, I believe.
I have a foundation, like I do for everything else.
A sustain on opinion about, you know, what the
I have a foundation, like I do for everything else. Oh, these lawyers. Wisconsin lawyers are so much different to Florida lawyers, aren't they?
their philosophies were, what their beliefs were.
All right. You talked to Investigator Dykus, right?
I believe so, yes.
And you told Investigator Dykus.
Do what Amy says, guys. Someone buy us a coffee. I know it's a small crowd tonight, guys. You know, this case is a few years old. It's certainly got not the specter of the Adelsons or the Sarah Boone, but that's okay. We're sticking with it. And the other thing is that there's so much sexual assault in this case that's mentioned. Is all of these videos are being demonetized on YouTube, which is a shame, and at the worst possible timing. But hopefully we'll be picking up our earnings next week with the Sarah Boone case. But for now, if anyone does want to buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com, that is the best way to support the channel this month at True Crime Metrix. Buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. And yeah, that really is the best place. If you want to support the channel, or I know it's a small crowd tonight, but anyone watching on demand, if you're out there and feel like you want to support the channel, the best place to do it is at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Please hit the like. I know you're already subscribed. Everyone in here is subscribed already, right? This is not the case to bring in new people, but in the off chance, if you're not subscribed, hit the fucking button and like, share the merch. Share everything.
Because
Judge, I'm gonna
the
object
only
on a
rules were like. no
opinion,
rules.
Judge.
Okay,
Well,
sorry.
I guess I don't know. Why don't we finish the question so that I know what the objection is?
Can we have a sidebar?
Okay.
Okay, look, you knew that Ezra McCandless was spending time with John and Alex, right?
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, thanks so much to Esmeralda and Chris Parks, who did get us some coffees last night after tonight's show, probably around the time that I was having breakfast this morning. That is very much appreciated, guys, and God bless you.
And that they would be talking to her about their philosophies, right?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay. And you felt that she was young and impressionable, and you were concerned about that, right?
I mean, I'm sure at times I thought some of the readings were heavy.
Well, again, you talked to investigators Dykus and Meyer, right?
Yes.
In the second interview. And just to refresh your memory.
Judge, I don't think he needs his memory refreshed. He answered the
Okay.
question.
Well,
I think he
I don't
did.
think.
Not entirely, but he answered the question that he has acknowledged now that he thought she was impressionable.
Okay, so you thought she was young and impressionable, right?
For literature tastes, I think everybody's impressionable for different things.
I'm asking about Ezra McCandless, not everybody, okay? That's what the trial's about. You felt she was young and impressionable.
You're asking for my opinion?
In her discussions about philosophy with Alex and John, you felt she was young and impressionable, correct?
I guess, yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, and in fact, you even told that to the police when they interviewed you, right?
Yes,
Okay.
sure.
Now, speaking of John, you testified about this chokehold thing yesterday, right?
Yes,
And you've been in the military, right?
yes,
You've learned self-defense maneuverisms, have
yes.
you? As part of it? And how to do a chokehold if you need to do a chokehold to somebody?
Yeah, they teach like different fighting
Right.
styles.
I mean, you
Yeah, he's your regular Kung Fu Panda over here, okay? Don't mess with Mengel. Okay. Show us the 5-point exploding palm heart technique. What is it?
you're a man, you can handle yourself with this, right?
I mean, I'm fine.
You're about 6 feet tall,
About
right? John is about as tall as you, roughly.
roughly, yes.
Alex is about as tall as you, roughly.
A little bit shorter, but about.
Right, but maybe like 5'11" or so.
I'll take us.
And
Is there an objection or a trial?
first of all, this is Mr. Hahn's witness.
I know, I apologize. Thank you.
All right.
Leslie, I've always wondered if that was a real thing. But I think you might be right. I'm convinced looking at this guy.
John would, so if somebody puts you in a chokehold, for example, you have the training about how to get out of it, right?
Minimal. I mean, we have combative training, but I don't like do refreshers on it or anything.
Well,
Hey, there you are, Esmeralda. Thanks so much for the coffee yesterday or today or whenever it was. The recent coffee. Thank you, Esmeralda. And good to see you. I didn't see you earlier. So glad glad you caught the acknowledgement.
You wouldn't appreciate being just put in a chokehold by somebody because they've been drinking, right?
Objection relevance.
I mean,
Judge Dean.
all right, you wouldn't appreciate just being put in a chokehold.
Objection
Right?
relevance.
All right, let me rephrase that. You could handle it yourself if put in a chokehold.
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
All right. John would go around and put people in chokeholds, right?
I mean, to my knowledge, people had practiced things with him before, yes.
Well, he would go around to parties and just go up to people and put them in chokeholds, right?
Not without consent.
He talked about it doing his self-defense seminar, right?
I wouldn't call it like a self-defense seminar. He cared for people too, and if he saw someone who.
I didn't ask you that question.
Okay.
What I asked you, and I don't mean to be rude, but I would like you to answer the questions that I'm asking, okay?
Yes.
He would randomly grab people by the throat and say, break out, right?
Objection lack of foundation.
Sustained on foundation.
VVV, page 9.
She still needs to ask the question to get the foundation in. It doesn't matter if it's in a transcript. Judge, at this break, I
Well, hold
think Mr. Mengel may need water.
Like some water? Okay.
Sure. All right, you walked by your apartment once after getting coffee and you were outside having a smoke, right?
Yes.
And you saw John choking Ezra McCandless, right?
It was like an arm bar of some sort or something.
But choke is probably in a
It's a
headlock,
vague term, yeah.
right? I mean, choking is something that happens inside a person's throat.
Never Lee, how you doing?
Objection, not a question.
We're trying to work out what this necklace is made out of, Neverly. Maybe you can help. So far, we've had the suggestions of an overripe banana. What did I say it was? The O-ring from a hub assembly, an auto part, what do you call it? Auto part, a spare part for a car. Maybe she's been to the scrapyard to get her jewelry. That would be very in at races, wouldn't it? Scrapyard jewelry. It'd be like scrap heap challenge, but they have to make jewelry instead of a robot. What else could it be? Like a dinosaur claw or something. A velociraptor's nail.
Good question, but all right. So you were outside.
Just a side note thought came into my head. I saw a video the other day, guys, about insane exclusive yachts, right? And the number one on the list, the most exclusive yacht on the list was he had a dining table in the yacht. Obviously everything else, huge yacht, crazy luxury, bullshit. But the dining table, the material that it was made out of was meteorite and dinosaur bone. Genuine dinosaur bone, genuine meteorite from outer space. How fucking pretentious is that? Can you imagine him bringing it up to every guest that's ever there? Yeah, this table, I had it specially made out of a brontosaurus kneecap and a meteor. Yeah. What do you think? How much do you think that would run you?
Smoking, and you're thinking, boy, John's doing one of those stupid self-defense seminars that he does, right?
Well, in my mind, it didn't seem like she was in danger or anything.
But you've seen him do it at parties before, right?
I've seen him do it with friends before, yes.
And you would be drinking and you would see John just randomly grab somebody by.
It does sort of look like a dildo, but I also thought a minute ago that it could be like a mouth organ, like a harmonica. But I think we've come up with a new business idea, Leslie. A dildo that's also a harmonica. Right? Are you telling me that that would not be a hit? You know, just like a gimmick in it doubles up. It's a gimmick in sex shops and a gimmick in music shops. You know, we're going to sell millions of these things. I wonder if it would play the blues while the dildo's being used for its general purpose. That'd be interesting. What a party trick that'd be. So it's a dildo that's also a harmonica, and when it's used for its traditional purpose, it plays the blues. Oh, the lonely evening blues.
By the throat and say, come on, break out of it. You would see that happen with him at parties, right?
I've seen it before, but you have to understand the relationships between the two parties were different from each other.
Yep. Patent pending on that. Patent pending, boilerplate, okay? True crime Metrix, dildo harmonica, it's happening, and you're all witnesses. The idea was mine, and we're going to sell millions.
Perhaps I can refresh your memory by referring to the transcript, VVV, page 9.
Judge, I don't think he said he needs his memory refreshed.
Agreed. I don't think he.
Have you forgotten that you told the police that John would just randomly grab somebody by the throat?
I've talked to the police a lot, and this is over 2 years ago.
Would this help refresh your memory if you looked at what you said?
Possibly.
I'm sorry, counsel, I missed the.
She might be a tough cookie, Esmeralda, but it's not enough to be a tough cookie. I think she's actually quite off-putting to the jury, you know. The case is indispensable. Again, you know, it's an airtight case. And the way that she's coming at it, fire and brimstone, rage, legal rage, right? It's like you're not fooling anyone. You're not going to come in heavy when there's all of this evidence that the state's laying out pretty plainly for us. I don't think it's attractive to the jury. But yeah, she is a tough cookie. I'd love to see her in another case where she had a shot, you know?
Transcript and the page number.
Page 9, starting around line 11.
On which transcript?
I'm sorry, VVV.
Thank you.
Where are we at?
I'm showing you what's been marked, or not marked. I'm showing you VVV, which is your transcript of your interview with on March 12th with Detective Prock.
For the assault.
Yes, this is when you talked to Detective Prock before Alex passed away, right? And you were specifically talking about John with Detective Prock, right? Is that right? And what you told Detective Brock, just take a look at that,
Yes.
all right?
This sentence says, because I've heard.
No, and then
hang on.
the next words you said were I've seen.
Hang on. So if you show it to him to refresh his recollection now, see if his recollection is refreshed. He can't be reading from this.
This remind you?
This reminds me, yes.
Okay, and it reminds you that you've said, I've seen him do it at parties.
It says I've heard. I've seen him do it at
Let me
parties.
just show this to
The
see if
sentence
you can
doesn't-
further refresh your recollection.
Yep, the sentence doesn't make sense.
Okay, the sentence doesn't make sense, but you're not disagreeing that these are your words, correct?
These are my words, but if you take out one word, it changes the whole sentence's context.
John was a heavy drinker.
Objection relevance. Justine.
I'd like to come to sidebar about that. Mr. Mengel,
Yes.
did you tell the police that you had seen John do this at parties? Did you tell that to the police?
I believe that I had seen this happen, but I don't understand what the question is here.
All right, I'll play the tape.
I don't think there's a foundation to impeach. He just said that he had seen this happen. And that's what,
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be disagreeing.
So you've seen him randomly grab people when you guys have been drinking together, right? That's what you told us.
This wasn't like exclusively at parties. I'm saying there
At
was.
parties.
Even simple-minded Jason Mengel's like, where are you going with this, lady? I just said that John Hanson does this thing all the time. He's a rough and ready guy. He grabs people by the throat and says, break out. You know, it's done. It's over.
Correct, at parties. That's what I'm asking about. I'm asking you specifically, you've seen
I just
him
read the statement.
do this unexpectedly to people at parties,
It
right?
doesn't say unexpectedly.
Okay. Randomly grabbing somebody that's by the throat, in your opinion, is not unexpected.
objection, opinion,
Is it
improper
expected?
opinion.
Sustained.
Right. When you personally use the word randomly, you mean somebody just goes up to somebody and does something, right?
It's a military training thing. So I think what you're conjuring at is there's
I'm not
different.
conjuring anything. I'm only trying to quote your words.
Yes,
Right.
there's a difference between.
So your interpretation
Judge,
of the word randomly is different than mine. That's what you're trying to tell me?
I'm going to ask that the witness be allowed to answer the question.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead and answer the question, sir.
There's a difference between him doing it to someone who's prior service or a friend that he's experienced or boxed with. Like my roommate, Alexander Zink, was an MMA fighter. So there's a difference between doing that randomly, being like in a jokish boy horseplay.
I can't wait for redirect. You know, how long have we got to go for redirect? Because even Jason's like, this is done. This is over.
Manner than what you're trying to say.
Okay. Ezra McCandless, when he did that, she's 5'2", right?
Yes.
He's going up to her and doing this to her in early February,
Judge, I'm going to,
Right.
I'll withdraw the question. The objection.
right?
Okay.
She's not an
E. Malone, it's probably the only time in history that a court reporter can just, you know, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, 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 paste. She's just saying the same thing over and over again.
MME fighter.
No.
She's not in the military,
No.
right?
No.
She doesn't have military training, right?
No.
Or MMA,
MMA.
MMA, sorry. I don't watch it. She doesn't have that kind of training, right?
No.
And she's just a short, slender woman who he was doing.
She doesn't watch MMA fighting. Imagine this lady, like, just like, what do you call it? Cage side, right? Live, banging on the cage. Can't get enough. Never misses a cage fight.
Doing this too.
She had requested this before, though.
That was your opinion?
No, she had stated that she requested, you should teach me how to box.
Oh, she wanted some self-defense training.
She had talked to him about it.
Okay, choking somebody is not boxing, is it?
It depends on what you're trying to defend yourself from.
Well, commonly we talk about boxing as something you have gloves and you're punching, right?
Yes, but
Okay. Now, you went on military duty on February 5th, and you know this because you kept a calendar, right?
at the time of the incident, yeah, I wrote down a lot of hard dates.
So when John assaulted Ezra, that didn't happen until after you left for military duty. It didn't happen before you went, right?
I don't recall a specific date, but
You weren't in town.
The best hot mess Ezra is, Neverly, is when the verdict comes back. That is hilarious. You've never seen some stupid kid like go, oh shit, that didn't work. I thought I was going home. Oh, it's so satisfying to see the rug be ripped out from under her feet on that one.
Town.
I was not in town.
You had actually asked John to look after Ezra, right?
Yeah, I trusted my friends.
Pardon me?
I trusted my friends.
Right. You trusted your friends, and the very next day he has sex with her, right?
I didn't know this at the time, no. But
I know you didn't know it at the time, but you came to find out it was the very next day, right?
I found out what she had said, yes.
And you found out that there was a repeated incident on February 6th, the day after that?
That's
Right?
Yeah, that's what
And on February 7th, she moved out.
I believe so.
And in fact, basically, she had a phone call with you. You testified about that yesterday, right?
Which phone call?
When she moved out, she called you and told you she's moving out, right?
Yes, yeah,
And in your words, she dumped you.
pretty much.
Okay. And she expressed that she just couldn't stay with you anymore, right?
She said I could not be in that apartment.
Okay. So she says she couldn't be there. It's not till later till you find out why, right?
Later on, she said, yeah, it had to do with other things.
Okay. And to your knowledge, she moved back to Stanley, right?
I believe so.
Back to her mother's house, right?
She had sent me an image or so from her mother's house.
So you knew where she was, right?
I mean, I assumed that.
You knew Alex helped her move to Stanley?
Negative. I didn't know that.
All right. That's something you found out later.
Yes.
And so you're broken up at this point, right?
I was a little distraught, yes.
Well, it was more than a little distraught. I mean, this was somebody you thought about having a future with, as you said yesterday, right?
Yeah, I cared very much.
This was somebody you guys would joke around and like husband-wife stuff, right?
Yes.
And so you were distraught and you were looking for an explanation as to what happened.
Yeah, nothing made sense.
Okay, and that's why you went and looked at her Instagram, right?
I don't recall when I looked at her Instagram. It wasn't until later on.
Couple of weeks later, well, this incident.
Hey, Neverly, yeah, we all feel it, but I don't think you were here yet when we found the definition of wax poetic, so I'll tell you what it is. Wax poetic is an English phrase that is used to describe someone's over-flowery and long-winded style of speech, which is exactly what he does, right? I just thought that was really appropriate.
Incident with the police at Josh Trankler's, that happened on
Yeah.
February 26th, right?
Yes.
So if we go February 7th to February 26th, we're talking about like 2.5 weeks or so, between 2.5 weeks and 3 weeks later. Fair?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And you look at her Instagram, right?
It might have been Instagram. Yeah.
You screenshotted it.
That was the text app, not the Instagram.
Okay, so you look at it and you screenshot it, right?
Yes.
All right. And after that, you're talking to her, right?
Yes.
She starts crying.
Yes.
She tells you what happened,
She
right?
told me a story.
She told you what she said happened, right?
And then she amended it after I talked with him on the phone.
Well, you called him and he said, no, I never had sex with her, right?
Yes, that's what he said.
And then he said, eventually he said he did have sex with her, right?
Eventually, yes.
And you were livid about that.
Well, because of the pretenses that she said it was under.
Well, your opinion is a pretense, but she told you that she was drunk, right?
She said she was intoxicated, yes.
Right. She's 20 years old. She's not supposed to be drinking legally yet, correct?
Correct.
She can't even go in a bar, right?
No.
Like the bar, the joint that you and all your friends would hang out with, she wasn't supposed to be in there, right?
Negative.
And
No.
at some point, she even got kicked out of there, right?
I had heard that from someone.
She wasn't like a big, heavy drinker. You didn't go around getting her drunk, right? You were spending lots of time with her. And so she was not somebody who drank a lot of alcohol all the time. Fair?
Not regularly.
Okay. And she tells you she is drunk to the point of throwing up and blacking out, right?
In the message?
When she talks to you. We went over this yesterday. She called it blackout
yes.
drunk,
Yeah.
right? And yesterday, as you said, when she said she was blackout drunk, she woke up and thought something was going on with John and having sex with her, right?
She said something felt amiss, I guess.
She what?
Something felt amiss, I think she
Felt
said.
except the mess, and then she goes to the bathroom, and as you said, women know.
Women, yeah,
Right.
that's my understanding.
Okay. I understand you haven't been there personally.
Negative.
And then she told you that she came back to your house and that something happened again in your bedroom, right?
Yes,
And she felt really bad about it, right?
I believe so.
And you wanted her to report it as a sexual assault, correct?
I didn't want her to do anything. I said, if this is what happened, then you need to report this.
Well, she told you facts, and then you told her that was a sexual assault, right?
What do you mean she told me facts?
She told you the facts about what happened.
Judge, I'm gonna object, and if we need a sidebar, I'd be happy to expand.
Okay, sidebar. Objection sustained.
So just going back, you saw her Instagram, and then you said to her, look, I don't understand why you're still talking to someone who assaulted you. You said that to Ezra McCandless, right?
Thanks so much, Veronica, for the coffees. Nice one.
I believe I may have.
Okay. And then when you were talking to her, you urged her to report this, right?
I told her that if an assault happened, it was, you're protecting the next person.
Right. So you urged her to report it, right?
I said, if this happened, you should probably report it.
It wasn't something that she came up with. It was something you came up with, right?
Well, I'm not saying that I coerced her into it. I said,
I'm not trying to say that you coerced her into doing that. But if I gave you that impression, that's completely wrong. You urged her to report it. That's not coercing.
with her history of assaults that she had told me, I was,
All right. So you urged her to report it, right?
I didn't want the cycle to continue.
All right. So, and after you called John, you went over to Josh Trankler's, right?
Yes,
Your very close friend who you had gone on this retreat to the Redwoods with,
yes.
and you went ballistic. Is that fair?
I needed someone to center me, and my roommate Alexander Zink wasn't around.
All right. You took Ezra over there with you.
Yes, we went together.
And when you got to Josh Trankler's, you were so mad, you were actually even making threats to kill John.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Not that you would have done it.
No.
But you were talking crazy.
That's why I went
right?
to find counsel.
Okay. So you went to counsel. You got figuratively steam coming out of your ears,
Yes.
right? Red in the face.
Red in the face.
To the point where Josh Trankler calls the police on you, one of his best friends.
I told him we need to get law enforcement involved in this.
You know, I think his demeanor in this courtroom is a bit of an act, you know. It's like he's not this totally cool, level-headed guy, you know. He had steam coming out of his ears. They just said it.
Josh Trankler is the one who called the police, right?
Yes, I told him that.
He called the police because of your behavior.
I did not know that.
You didn't know that, but you later found out that's what happened.
I just now found out that that's what happened.
Judge, I'd ask that question be stricken from the record. It was speculative. He had no knowledge of that. Excuse me? What is your
He
position?
said he just found out it happened, so that's fine.
All right. So the question,
I mean, I think it's in the record why the police were called. Officer Vang testified trouble with person.
okay, hang on.
Okay.
Don't say anything else for a moment.
Sure.
The question that Mr. Trinkler called the police because of your behavior, the answer would be stricken. Is that the question and answer?
Yes.
Okay, so that'll be stricken. Ladies and gentlemen, your disregard, and there'll be an instruction at the close of the trial about stricken testimony. That's an example of stricken testimony, not to consider that. Okay, thank you. It's not evidence.
Thank you. So this whole event happens. She's not living with you at that point, right?
I believe she was still staying at her parents'.
Right. She was at her mom's,
Yes.
right? And, but you're,
I'm blaming Jason and Miss Vishny for the lack of likes tonight. Neverly, you know, we're not filled with feelings of benevolence when we watch this duo. Maybe the likes will come in when we get back to the prosecutor and we can watch someone who knows what the fuck they're doing, you know. It's not going well. This is a. Is it a key witness? Does he really matter? I mean, he's had a huge amount of time spent on him. Big significant portion of the trial. There's other witnesses come in. They spend 5 minutes on the stand and they're done. Obviously, was really connected to the situation. But in terms of probative value, what can he offer? You know, the state was using his testimony to paint Ezra as a user and a liar, right? And that was the key thing for the state. And who better, right, than the guy that she took advantage of, cheated on, broke his things, lost his things, made him drive her everywhere, and lived in his house rent free. But from the defense's perspective, their only thing to attempt with that would be to rebut those accusations. And Miss Vishny has done a piss poor job of accomplishing that mission. She's just tied us in knots, even worse than what Jason did yesterday. You remember the end of the prosecution direct testimony when he was just going, the next text message authored by you. Is that correct? And the next text message authored by you. What the hell was that? I think he was just having some sort of, like when someone is so annoyed, but they can't shout at the guy because it's a professional setting. So they just go a bit nuts, a bit mad. Anyway, hopefully he's calmed down. I think we're about ready to see his redirect. If it's not going to happen, like, real dead quick, I might even skip Miss Vishny because she's just doing nothing.
You're in constant communication with her, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you were communicating with her because you wanted to.
Someone had to take care of her.
So your feelings now are that you did it only because someone had to take care of her?
I cared a lot for her, and in statements, things were not optimal at the home.
You were exploring getting back together with her when you were messaging back and forth when she was at her mother's.
I was exploring. I still cared very much for Ezra, but there was always just one more lie.
Look, I know that you think that.
I know.
But Judge, I'm going to object and ask that be stricken for the record. He can't give opinion testimony about that.
Well, counsel elicited that, I'm sure by accident, but the answer will stand.
You had a lot of Instagramming with her where you talked to her about how much you loved her, right?
Yes.
And you would talk in your Instagrams about how you remembered kissing and holding her.
Yes.
You would say that you never stopped loving her.
Chris Bezer, the trial's from 2019, I think. The crime was 2018, March 2018. Do you not know the backstory? We've got a couple of videos, or go and also check out Dreading. Dreading's got a great series. It's about 12 hours long, but yeah. I think when we get to the end of covering these testimonies, at least the key testimonies in this case, I might make a real short, just like a 1 hour run through the whole thing, because it is a really good case. But we do get a bit lost in, the defense hasn't got a hope in hell, basically. It is an airtight, shut tight, whatever the expression is, case. And we don't even know what's going on anymore. She's just asking questions that don't make any sense. And it's the worst possible witness to ask questions that don't make any sense, because even when you ask him questions that make sense, he gives answers that don't make any sense. It's ridiculous.
stop loving a lot of people.
That's not what I asked you. You said to her in Instagram that you never stopped loving her.
Yes.
You even said to her, should I date or should I be a single Mangle?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And
Judge, we need a break.
Okay, that's a great idea. What we're going to do at this point is we're going to take a
Okay.
recess for 15 minutes. All rise. Jury, thank you. Please be seated. And thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Court has sustained the objection. And so, Ms. Fisher, you may continue your cross-examination. Again, moving on.
okay, just
Did you call for a break just to come up with some questions that are worth anything? Like, I need a break because I've painted myself into a corner, and now I don't know what to do. Can I have a break?
to kind of orient where we were, you got a call from a Dunn County sheriff and you talked to the police the evening of March 22nd. You found out Ezra McCandless was in the hospital, right?
Yes.
And you found out that what they had told you, it's okay. They told you she was disoriented and bloody and muddy, right? You had heard those details?
I heard a couple details.
Yeah, and that she had called herself Monica Carlin, even though they had the name slightly wrong.
Yeah.
Right? And you know that the name she wants to always be called by is Ezra McCandless, right?
Yes.
And that's always what you called her,
Yes.
right? So you went to the hospital that evening, didn't you?
Yeah.
And when you went to the hospital personnel or law enforcement, whoever, somebody didn't let you in to see her.
Well, when I spoke with the people, I mentioned that she had been admitted, and they said that I could probably see her. So I was curious, like, what had happened, if she was all right.
Sure, but they wouldn't let you see her that night. That's all I'm trying to ask you.
Yes. Yeah, they wouldn't let
You
us.
were able to go see her the next day, right?
I believe it was the next day, yes.
And by the time you saw her the next day, she was reoriented to the fact that she was Ezra McCandless.
Objection, it calls for an opinion.
Sustained.
When you saw her the next day, she wasn't referring to herself as Monica.
Just to answer Kaza T's question here, Kaza T says she doesn't get why this guy was so invested. She slept with his mates and lied. Well, the reason this guy is so invested, Kaza, is because he's so attached to this idea he had in his head that didn't exist, that she fed into. You know, she recognized a need, a desire, a fear within him and played to it and convinced him of a reality that wasn't real, right? And he's so attached to that reality that even when he's looking at messages where she's texting his mate, his friend, saying, oh, are you going to pound this anytime soon? You're more than a good dick. What else did she say? It was just like real, like kind of over the top, in your face, stuff like that, right? Even when he's faced with reading these text messages and it's been confirmed that the mate, John, did sleep with her, he's still like, well, maybe he didn't have consent. You know, he wants to believe so much that his illusion is real that he's lost all track of how to perceive. You know, he's absolutely lost in an illusion. And even with the murder, I mean, I've seen him on the 48 Hours episode, and he seems to be like going along with the idea that she did it and it was intentional and planned and she's a nutcase and everything. But there's other clips where he's still walking around in a stupid hipster hat wearing the same goddamn look. And this is another thing you missed, Neverly. Let me show you this. You notice that he's wearing exactly the same shirt and tie that he did yesterday in court, right? This is a new day. And then when we go to the 48 hours episode, he's got the same goddamn shirt and tie with a waistcoat, right? I mean, he just loves this shirt and tie, black and gold. Black and gold. So that's why he, I've forgotten what Kaz's question was now. Why he's so invested, yeah. He doesn't want to know the truth. You know, it's more commonly seen in cases with children where, like, one parent has killed the other and been arrested and charged, and the children, even after all the evidence and everything like that, they stand, like, say the dad kills the mom, like, what's that guy's name? Todd Kemphammer, something like that. The one where he killed his wife, and he said, yeah, we were driving and there was a truck, and on the truck there was a load of building materials, and a pipe flew off the back of the truck and hit the windshield, went through the windshield, and went through my wife's head. And the cop said to him, well, what about all your knuckles? They're all bloody and bruised. And he said, yes, when the pipe flew at the windshield, I went to punch the pipe through the windshield and I broke my hand on the glass. And there's loads of other evidence, but he was convicted, sent to jail forever. And his kids, even after listening to all of the airtight evidence and everything like that, they're still standing by him going, no, it wasn't him, and he should be released. It's not because they're stupid or because they actually believe that. It's because they cannot allow themselves to accept that their dad killed their mom, right? You see it much more often in cases like with kids in that sort of situation. But it's got to be pretty common in relationships as well, where you just ignore that someone is cheating on you for years. Vivian P, good to see you, Vivian. Nice, welcome. Oh, I need to share this tab again.
Earlier, that regardless of what you feel now, back in that period of time of March, late February through March 22nd, that at that time you still would regularly express a lot of love for Ezra McCandless in texts, right?
Yeah.
And when you went to a hotel room with her between March 14th and March 16th, or the 14th and 15th, whatever the days were, you stayed there with her overnight, right?
Is this the night
This is like,
about before?
pardon me?
The night I was questioned about before, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I was asking you earlier, yesterday you said that you had stayed with her at the hotel, right?
Correct.
And that you and her made love together.
There was intercourse, yes.
Okay. And after that, there were messages, before and after messages of love.
Yes.
Between the two of you, right? And there were even some talk about her expressing a desire to have children with you, right?
I believe so at some point.
And you expressed that back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, on March 22nd, or let's strike that. 1 minute. Before March 22nd, she had talked to you about journals that she was writing, right?
Yes.
And in these journals, without getting into the content, but just to characterize the journals, she was expressing her innermost feelings about things and how she felt about her life, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And she had sent you the journals, right?
At some point, yeah.
Yeah. And in fact, she sent it to you a couple different times, right?
I believe I received 2 journals.
And, oh, I see. You got 2 different writings.
Got
not
2 different copies.
times. Okay. Yeah. And she wanted you to read that about how she had felt, right?
Yeah, she was going through therapy and she wanted to express herself.
Okay. And when she was expressing herself as the result of her therapy, she was talking about the relationship that she had with you, right?
I believe there's context about me inside there, yes.
And has it been a while since you've seen the journal?
It's been a long time.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask you some questions about it. So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as testified to as exhibit number 365.
Silent program.
Correct. And the only portions that we're going to talk about are the portions that you can actually read.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Do you need to look at it for a minute or two? I'm not going to read the whole thing out loud.
That's fine. I'm not going to recall things verbatim though.
Okay, well, if you needed to refresh your memory, I'll just leave it up there for you, okay? In that journal, she referred to her having betrayed the one she loved, right?
I believe she did.
And she was talking about you.
Probably, yes.
And she talked all about the abortion and the terrible feelings she had,
Yes.
the terrible feelings she had about watching, the tray being taken away, which she didn't want you to see.
Yeah, as she expressed that.
Okay. And she expressed strong feelings of love for you in Silence Broken, right?
I believe so.
And she expressed strong feelings about having been taken advantage of by two other people, though she never named their names in that journal.
Yeah, I don't think there's any names in it, but it does.
And so you were aware that not only was she sending this journal to you, she was sending it to someone who she was very close to, named Julia Post, right?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And you'd met Julia Post? Had you actually met her?
A few times. We weren't really close. I would call her for counsel sometimes if I needed help with the situation I couldn't handle.
She wasn't really part of the Racy's crowd.
Yeah, I'd call her for counsel. She'd help center me, and we'd go to the Redwoods to eat muffins. These guys live in a completely, can't you just get on with your life? Just get on with your life. Stop going to Racy's. Racy's is a problem. Eau Claire should have a fucking a protest. Shut it down. It's still running. Look, they're doing better than ever. They're making $3 million a year on muffin sales.
She was someone Ezra knew from high school.
I don't think she liked the vibe there as much.
Okay. Right. She's a college student in Eau Claire. That's how she happened to be around. Okay. And she told you when you talked on the evening of March 21st.
Oh, Vivian, we've had a lot of speculation about this necklace tonight. And it's actually turned into a brand new business idea, which I don't know if I really want to repeat. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll come back to it.
First, or even earlier than that, you had conversations because she told you she wanted to show these journals to John Hanson and Alex Woodworth, right?
She is an Ezra McCandless, not
Yes, I'm sorry, not Julia Post. I'm sorry if I was unclear. Ezra McCandless wanted to deliver these journals to John Hanson and Alex Woodworth, right?
Yeah, she said.
She wanted to tell them through her writing how she was feeling, right?
I think she referred to it as getting her voice back.
I was just going to ask you that. She wanted to get her voice back, and that's what you and her discussed on Instagram together.
I believe so, yes.
All right. And you didn't want her to.
Yeah, she wanted to get her voice back. She wanted to find her identity. She wanted to be Ezra McCandless again. Listen, honey, you're focusing too much of your attention on yourself, okay? That is the problem. You're completely self-obsessed. It's all about you. All of this, we all love each other thing. We're a family at Racy's that eat fucking expensive muffins and sit around doing nothing all day and have a unisex bathroom. Woo, we're so modern. We're so modern. We're so modern. You know, yeah, it's them out there that the problem. The people going to the regular coffee shops, they're the problem, and that's why I can't get a job, because those straights won't accept my identity. Yeah. So, anyone want to play D&D? How long does a game of that take? Has anyone actually played it? Shall we go over the rules as told by Jason once again? Let's just do that one more time. So Dungeons and Dragons is something that Jason plays with his friends. If no one caught it yesterday, he was telling us, the prosecutor asked him, he said, and just briefly for the jury so that they understand, could you tell us how to play Dungeons and Dragons? What are the rules to Dungeons and Dragons? And this is what he said verbatim. I listened to it. I wrote it all down. This is exactly what he said to explain the rules. He says, you roll the dice. It's kind of like a game of chance, but like you get to, I'm saying like a lot. It's improv with your friends. So you create a character. You go to a place and someone runs the whole session, and the rest of the players, create like whatever, a bard or a cleric or something. And like the whole idea is to get you involved. Josh ran the campaigns, He would create these environments for you, your personality, your character to like go through. There's nothing digital about it. It's just a board. Not really even a board. It's like they'll do like a map, so you can draw out where we're doing things or what's going on. And sometimes tokens. It's mostly just a chance to play make-believe with your friends again. So it's kind of fun. We do it on Monday nights. I just think that's amazing. I think we should send this to the people at Dungeons and Dragons and say, listen, print this on the box. Okay, those instructions that your team, your big team spent months going through and working through to explain the game, that time was wasted. This guy did it in 2 minutes, just off the top of his head. Oh, what a legacy this guy's left for the world, huh?
Deliver these in person. Fair?
Yeah, I thought it was kind of reckless.
And well, what you said, if I'm misquoting you, but I think yesterday you said it's the modern era. She should send them by email. I know those weren't your exact words,
yeah.
But basically summarizing what
There's
you
other
say.
options.
Okay. But she wanted to deliver them in person regardless of what you were saying, right?
Yeah.
She told you that, right?
That's what she
Okay.
had expressed.
And on March 22nd, she came to Racy's, right?
Yes.
And you were having I guess the laundromat's probably right by there, right?
It's just on
Hello, Cassandra Perez. Good to see you again.
a couple blocks away.
Okay. So, and you're having your laundry done and kind of doing your own thing at Racy's that morning, right?
Yep, it was a day off.
Okay. And when she comes into Racy's, she goes past you, you're having a cigarette outside, you exchange hellos. She goes in, gets coffee at the counter, right?
I think they stated she slapped money on the counter.
No. Okay. Did you see her? Forget what other people say about what happened. I'm asking you, because you're only allowed to testify right now about what you
Yes,
saw.
I understand that.
So that's what I'm trying to ask you about, okay? Just if I'm not clear.
I didn't see her purchase coffee. I just know she went in. Might have been a transaction, but then she left.
Okay, so there's nothing that you saw about that, right? For buying
About
coffee.
the coffee, no.
Okay, you knew it was her habit to come in and get coffee at Racy's, right?
She got coffee a lot, but
Right, and you get coffee a lot. I mean, it's a coffee shop.
Judge, he hadn't finished the question. It sounded like he was gonna complete his response when defense counsel interjected.
Okay, just let the witness answer the question here. Go ahead and answer.
there had kind of been like an unspoken relationship with the baristas were a lot of times patrons that were there quite often would get a free cup here or there, but she had worn out her welcome for that. So.
Judge, this is why I'm trying to lead him. So.
Okay. All right. So why don't you continue your questioning?
Okay.
And
Mr. Mangle, I'm going to ask you questions and ask you to try to answer what I'm asking. Is that okay?
I'm answering.
This is like the 85th time over the course of 2 days that this guy has been reminded to just answer the question. You know, he expands on everything, and it's not clear why. It's really not clear if he's leaning to help Ezra present as innocent or leaning to help the state demonstrate her guilt. It's not clear either way. He doesn't seem to have an agenda. So if it's true that he doesn't have an agenda, then why is it difficult for him to, like, who does he think he's talking with? What does he think he's doing here? Like, he just seems like someone's picked him up, put him in a courthouse. He doesn't know why, and he's trying to do his best just by guessing and not winning. But hey, thank you so much, VP, for the coffee over on buymeacoffee.com. As you all know, folks, if anyone does want to support the channel, the best place to do that in the month of October is buymeacoffee.com/true crime metrics. Yeah, or just leave a like on the video. Those are really good too. But anyone who does want to help send a coffee, the best place to do that is on buymeacoffee.com.
Okay.
About the money.
So they did give, I was going to ask you about that actually.
Yeah.
They would give free coffee to people a lot, right?
Yes.
You would also buy her coffee sometimes, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're saying there was some tension between her and the baristas, right?
Yeah, I think that was her saying she paid her dues.
Oh, okay.
You know.
And that was particularly between the Wisniewskis and her, right?
The Wisnowski sisters?
Is it pronounced
I
Wisniewski?
believe it's Wisnowski. I'm not.
Yeah. One of them was the manager there at
Aubrey.
right? And she had a sister named Ariel,
Ariel,
who
yes.
also worked there, and they didn't like Ezra, quite frankly.
They often thought about hiring her at first. I'm not sure when the relationship soured.
Okay, but they were the baristas that you're talking about, right?
They might have been on. I don't know who was on the shift at that day.
I understand that. Now, after you were outside with your cigarette, you came into Racy's and you sat down at a table, right?
I believe so.
And then you came over to, I don't know if you call it that, but the coffee bar. It's like a bar, but not a liquor bar. It's a coffee bar.
Oh, like the bench.
The counter.
Yeah, the counter.
And you sat near Max Martinson,
Yes.
Maxwell, right? And Ezra came over and she talked to Maxwell, right? Right?
I believe so.
And the whole time that she's talking to Maxwell, you didn't inject yourself into that conversation at all, right?
I don't recall interjecting.
In fact, you were looking at your phone while she was talking to him.
I believe I was, maybe.
Okay, so you're looking at your phone, you're texting or Instagramming or reading the news or whatever you're doing, but you're looking at your phone during that time.
I believe
right?
so.
Okay. She leaves, right?
Yeah, they were going to exchange.
Right. She leaves. Maxwell comes back, right?
I left to go to the laundromat.
Oh, that's right. You weren't there when Maxwell came back.
No.
Okay. But later on, you decide that you're going to go look for her, right?
I came back to talk with Max, and we had a conversation about, did that seem off? Did she seem off?
Oh, okay, that's not what I asked you. I said, you came back and you decided to look for her at a certain point, right?
I decided to call her father at some point, and that's what inspired me to look for her.
You called her father before you went to Alex's?
I believe I talked to Joe Shane before that. Maybe
Okay,
not.
maybe not. All right. First, you were going to go to John's to look for her, right?
Yeah, it was pretty far out of town, though.
Okay, and then you change your mind and you decide, I'm going to go to Alex's and look for her, right?
Yeah, it was closer.
Because you didn't want her to be talking with Alex in person, right?
I thought it would be in her best interest to have a keep the peace or something else, someone there.
I understand that. What I'm saying is you didn't want her to be talking with Alex.
I didn't
Fair?
want to stop her from talking with him. I just wanted to protect my friends.
When you went to Alex's, you went there on your bicycle, right?
Yeah.
You didn't just go up And you knew she was there as soon as you got there, right?
Yeah, the car was idling.
Because her car was there,
Yeah.
right? You went by her car.
Yep.
You went back to the house.
Yep.
You went back by the car.
Yep.
You went back by the house.
Something didn't make sense to me.
I'm just asking you about your actions,
Yeah,
not your
those
thoughts,
were my
okay?
actions.
So you went over, sat by the school, right?
Yeah.
This conversation's going on, it's like 45 minutes long, is I think what you said yesterday.
It was going on for what was uncomfortably long for
Okay.
me.
Uncomfortably long for you. You weren't like looking at your watch and saying minute to minute.
I mean, I might have looked at my phone once in a while, but for
Okay.
someone that had expressed things to me, I was like, this seems off.
Okay, but so even though when you got there and you knew she was inside with,
Yeah, Veronica, but in fact, it's the fossilized turd of a velociraptor. Yeah, I think she picked it up from the British Museum. They sell them in the gift shop.
Alex, you did not immediately ring the
It's got to be something like that, right, guys? I mean, what the hell is that thing?
bell when you got there, right?
I figured that if anything, she would come out within a few more minutes or
But
something.
it didn't happen, and so you're going around and not ringing the bell, right?
Yes.
When you went in the house, you did not ring the bell or knock on the door to come in.
No, I was holding my phone and she heard my ringtone go off.
You're not supposed to testify about what she heard, but your phone went off, that we can agree on.
My phone went off, yes.
Your phone went off and it made some noise, right?
Yeah, I had a specific ringtone.
It has a specific ringtone, and you have had that ringtone play before in front of Ezra McCandless, right?
Yeah, she knew it was my ringtone.
Okay, so you go in the house.
And you're so bad. Oh my God. Yeah, the only way she can draw attention away from her face is to hang a turd around her neck. A velociraptor turd just on a string around her neck. I guess that'd work, right?
Without knocking or ringing, and you go in and you go upstairs, right?
I heard her say, please let him help you, or let him help you.
Right. I know what you're saying. You thought you heard.
I heard that.
Let me just say this. It's a 2-story house, right?
It is a 2-story house.
It's a 2-story house. So when you walk in the house, do you go right up the stairs, or do you have to go around the living room and more towards the back to get up the stairs?
I think there's a door, a little bit of a porch, and it's a straight shot up to his room. I was only in there the one time, really, but or the 2 times.
Older house, right?
Yeah, I bet Ezra liked that, huh? 2 stories. Well, you look like you do pretty well for yourself. Yeah. So do you need me to fall in love with you for me to live here, or what? Yeah, okay. Okay, here. Let me read it off this little card. We have an ancient love, and we're connected in some past life, and we've been reunited because our spirits are old spirits, and blah, 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 blah. And he fell for it. And even her, I don't even think she realizes that she's a lying sack of shit that comes up with this shit. It's just like second nature to her. She's like, okay, what does this guy need? What does this guy need to start giving me everything I want? I need somewhere to live for free. I need him to provide me with all my food, drive me around, buy me muffins. Okay, so yeah, where's my card? We have an ancient love, and we are old souls, and blah, 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 blah. Does she even know that that's a load of bullshit, and she's just a selfish, well, just a little shit, just a little shit kid. Has never, ever, ever once gone, into actual adulthood, but believes that she's way beyond, just so much more advanced than all of the simps, right? All the simps. Hey, they're still using different bathrooms for their gender. They're living in the past.
It's an older house, yeah.
Okay. not with brand new kind of soundproof construction materials,
No,
right?
it's no like stucco home or something.
Okay. And there's 3 bedrooms upstairs right in a row with each other, right?
Yeah, on the landing, there's a couple rooms.
So Alex's bedroom is in the middle of those bedrooms.
I believe when you come to the crest of the stairs, it was on the right-hand side.
Okay, so there's a bedroom on either side of Alex Woodworth's bedroom up there, right?
I believe the other was his roommates, yeah.
Okay, one roommate's name is Matt.
Yes.
Another roommate's name is Dave.
I don't think I've ever met Dave, but I believe there was a third roommate.
So Dave's bedroom is right on the other side of the wall from Alex's bedroom, right?
Right on the other side of the...
Wall. He shares a wall with.
Okay, they share a wall.
They share a wall, right?
Okay.
And you don't remember seeing Dave, right?
I think that he was sleeping, someone had said. I don't know.
You don't recall.
I don't recall seeing him in those.
Okay. So when you're there, you go in and you start talking to them, and they've been involved in a conversation, right?
Yeah, it was escalated.
Well, I know you're saying it's escalated, but you had not been involved in that 45 minutes of conversation, right?
No, I wasn't involved, and I can't say that I heard specifically what was going on, but
Right.
there
You didn't hear
there
what
were
was
louder
going on.
noises. It could have been a TV. It could have been a million things.
Okay.
But I
Could have
assume,
been TV, could have been a million things, but you assumed maybe there was a problem.
yes.
Okay. And so when you assumed that, you went in there and you started talking to them. You hadn't been invited in, right?
No.
There's 2 adults in the room having a conversation, right?
Yes.
Well, you're a lot more adult because at the time you're like,
Objection, argumentative.
Yeah, you're a lot more adult. You're old enough to be her dad. So there's that.
Sustained.
all right. And when these 2 adults are having
You are actually the same age as her dad. So
a conversation, they don't want you to join their conversation, right?
I asked them if they were both okay.
Yes, but they didn't say, Jason, why don't you sit down and talk with the 2 of us right now? That's not what was said to you, right?
Negative. No one said. I asked them what they would like me to do. Would you like me to leave? Would you like me to stay?
They wanted you to leave.
They said, yeah, you should.
They
go
didn't
outside.
want you to be part of that conversation, right?
No, she said she wanted to keep talking with him, that they were going to be, everything was fine.
Everything was fine. And so you decide you're going to wait outside, right?
I said if either of them needed me, I would wait outside.
Right. So you say that and you go outside,
Yes.
right? And then lo and behold, you get outside and the police are there.
Yes.
And somebody called the police, right?
Yeah, apparently.
And when the police approached you, you knew that they weren't calling the police because of Ezra and Alex. They were calling the police because of you,
I
right?
did not understand that.
This is the second time the police have been called on you within a month.
Objection, relevance, argumentative. Sustained.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Brief sidebar.
Objection sustained, and you may continue.
When the police get there, you're talking to the police and they're talking to you, right?
Yes.
And you're telling them why you're there, right?
Yes.
And they're telling you why they're there, correct?
They didn't specify. They said that someone had called something in. That's all
Okay.
they said.
All right. And they asked you whether or not you were concerned about Alex being violent. You said, I don't think so, but I don't know, right?
I might have said that. This is 2 years ago. You know?
Sure. No worries. So later on, you found out that Alex was missing, right? Right?
Much later on, yes.
And your first thought was that he had assaulted Ezra and then went on the lam.
I was like, nothing makes sense.
Okay, but that was your first thought, right?
She was injured and her vehicle was missing.
Okay, so after that, let me just say something. Going back to something you testified about yesterday, you were asked some questions by the prosecutor about things Ezra McCandless had told you.
yeah, he assaulted her and took her car, drove to Mexico, read Kierkegaard all the way down to Mexico. I mean, it's just ridiculous. If it were me, I'd have said, well, you've probably killed him, haven't you? Let's retrace your steps. Where's the body, Ezra?
You about sex with Alex, right?
Vaguely, yes.
Yeah, and what you said yesterday was, she told you, I'm not going to quote you word for word yesterday, but you know, that Alex did things she didn't like and wasn't comfortable with,
She had
right?
voiced that at moments, yes.
Yeah, and she had voiced to you specifically that things went too fast.
That they went too fast, yes.
And I think the word you used was that there was some choking and boarding, right?
I'm not specifically sure what the terms, or the nomenclatures of the terms she used at the time, but those are the ones I can recall.
And she told you that when she didn't want to do things, Alex would tell her those things were unfair. That was unfair to him, right?
That it was unfair to him. Yes.
Okay. Now, getting back to her journal. When she sent you her journal, would it be fair to say that her journal, Silence Broken, was full of hope?
Yeah, some
Objection, that calls for an opinion.
Sustained.
You read her writing about hopeful things in her journal, what she expressed as being hopeful. right?
Objection, the rating stands for itself. It's in evidence. His opinion is not relevant.
Sustained.
You once talked to her about being negative, and she told you that if you're negative, you lose power.
Objection,
right?
hearsay.
Sustained on hearsay.
In her journal,
She's wrapping this up now, and the prosecutor is going to object to every single thing she does. It totally ruins her ending. Not that she had anything to ruin.
she wrote about getting, or I don't know if it's in her journal, but you knew she was getting a new job, right?
Yeah,
She was, in fact, getting her TB test or uniforms, W-2s, all the things you need to do when you're starting a new job.
yeah, I believe she had two jobs. She was working back at the school, I believe, walking distance, and then she was getting her TB shot read on Friday to start another job.
And that was like a nursing home, like taking care of people?
Yeah, I think
Right?
so.
And she was involved with her family. She was living at Joe Shane's, right?
She was looking at Joe's, yes.
Right. And you were Instagramming with her quite a bit on the night of March 21st, right?
Probably, yeah. We talk quite often.
What page?
Yeah, can I please have the Elmo one?
Judge, I don't have an objection to the introduction and publication of this exhibit.
It's already been introduced.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there's
It
some
is
text
not.
that I think was not
I think
introduced.
this is Attorney Vishny's witness.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 687 that the state has no objection to, okay?
And that's already in?
It is
Right.
not.
This is a
This
different,
is a different photograph of, a different version of the same photograph. This one has some text around it.
All right, and are you offering this exhibit? That's before we,
yes, I am
Where's
offering it. I'd move to admit it.
okay, any objection from the state?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Exhibit 687 will be received and you may publish.
Now, you were shown this exhibit. Ugh, I'm not very good at these things. You were shown this exhibit yesterday, right?
I would just ask for clarification. It's.
Okay, you were
photograph.
shown this image yesterday in court.
Yes.
That's a picture you took from the Racy's bathroom wall, right?
Yes.
The men's bathroom specifically.
I think there were specific sexes back then, yes.
Okay,
They're
now it's
unisex.
gender neutral?
It's gender neutral.
Okay, but back then they had a men's and a women's, right?
Yes.
All right. And in the men's room, somebody had done this and you saw it and you took a photograph or a screenshot or whatever you want to call it with your phone and you sent it to Ezra McCandless, right?
Yeah, it had been mentioned to me and I
Okay.
let it
Now,
know.
I'm going to, just to be real specific, I'm going to ask you to look, and if you can't see it, let me try to,
The text underneath?
yeah, that's what I'm going to ask you about, okay? Just let me know if you're having a hard time seeing it.
No, I can read it.
All right. So on the Instagram, it shows the recipient, Ezra McCandless, and you're the
Yeah.
author, right? You, Jason
Yes.
Mengel, the Doc Wolf, right?
Yeah.
And you sent this picture, right?
Yes.
And you can see the time, you see the date, March 21st, 2018,
I can see that.
okay? And you see the time, 23:51:21, right?
Yes.
And that's UTC.
Yeah, that's the
Right.
whatever code.
That's not Central Standard Time or Central Daylight Time. right?
Yes.
Okay. And, Judge, I would ask the court to take judicial notice that UTC is 6 hours ahead of Wisconsin time,
Any
On
objection to
March
that?
21st.
It's Central Standard Time in there. I believe that to be correct. I think this is something we can address. It depends on the time of year. It's either 5 or 6. We have a witness who's going to testify about that.
Oh, okay. But it's not Wisconsin time, right?
Yeah.
UTC used to be called GMT. Have you ever heard of it as that?
The global something time.
Greenwich
Yeah.
Mean Time? In other words, what time it is in England?
Oh.
Right? Okay. And,
Or Portugal, or Cape Town, or fucking Morocco. And I'm amazed how many people stateside have never heard of Greenwich Mean Time. It's the 0 point of the what do you call it? The meridian line, you know? Even people like who was it? I think it was Jodi Arias. She pronounced Greenwich is spelled Greenwich, but it's pronounced Greenwich. But Jodi Arias always says Green Witch. She's the fucking Green Witch.
but that text was sent a little before 6 p.m. Wisconsin time, right?
On the 21st,
Yes, on March 21st.
6 p.m.
A little before 6 p.m. Does that resonate with your memory?
I mean, possibly. I don't know. This is all.
You can't remember the
Yeah.
exact. Okay. After that, there was a phone call between you and her and some brief conversation, right?
I believe so. Like, was this the night she was at?
She was at
Joe's?
Joe Shane's,
Yeah.
right? So she wanted to talk to you after you sent that, right? And the two of you talked, correct?
We talked about.
And does anybody know what UTC is? Universal Time Code? I do. It's the number of every single second from midnight, January 1st, 1970, on Greenwich Mean Time. You know, it's just a long number of the number of seconds that have happened since January 1st, 1970, midnight. How about that, huh? It's the point at which all time is now measured.
It wasn't.
I just was asking that the two of you.
Since the central computer.
Hold on a second. Just a reminder, just answer the questions that are asked of you. Try to focus.
Oh my God, this guy. Just a reminder, you know, for the 86th time, the judge is starting to get a little bit impatient. He should threaten him with contempt. You want to be held in contempt? You want to go to jail? Answer the question.
On what the question is, and then if you can answer the question, but don't try to interpret the question or give some sort of a preface explanation. Okay, just answer the question. Okay, you may proceed.
After that conversation on the phone, there was some more texting between you and Ms. McCandless, right?
After the phone call?
Right.
On Instagram, or where are we talking?
What?
On Instagram, or
Yeah,
which
there was more
texting?
conversation. There was more texting on Instagram, right?
I believe there might have been.
And what she told you on Instagram was the words, "life starts now," right?
Yeah, the conversation we had.
Right. And when she texted you on Instagram, "life starts now," she sent that to you hour and a half or so, maybe 2 hours or so, but roughly after you had sent her this picture that's Exhibit 687, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory if I showed you the Instagram? When she texted you, "life starts now," would that help refresh your
Sure.
memory?
Is that on 394, Council?
Actually, it starts on 395.
Thank you.
Okay, so. You recall these pages are backwards, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And so the very top of page 395
Is the end of the conversation.
is a conversation, right?
So it starts down here. Right. That's nice.
Yeah, it starts there, but then it goes upwards, right?
Yes,
And it says author Dirt Fiend, right?
I see that.
And there's a timestamp at 1:32:06 UTC, right?
I see that, yeah.
Okay. And so she texts you at that point, life starts now, right?
Yeah, I think we had already had the conversation though.
Okay. And you'd already had the conversation, and she's referring to a conversation she had with her father, right?
Yes,
With Joe Shane.
yes.
And in that conversation, she had what she told you was kind of a nice, emotional, heartwarming talk with her dad, right?
Yeah, really positive father-daughter moment.
A really positive father-daughter talk about getting her life back on track, right?
Yes.
And that had been what she'd been writing about in Silence Broken, getting her life back on track.
Judge, objection again. The document speaks for itself. His opinion is not relevant.
Sustained.
She ended
Yeah, her dad was like, we're getting your life back on track. But what Ezra heard was, go and stab Alex to death. You know?
her journal with these words. I cannot hurt
Judge,
myself anymore.
Same objection. The court document speaks for itself.
The document does speak for itself. It is in evidence.
It's in evidence, then I'll just put it on the Elmo.
Judge, we had,
I don't think
I'll leave
only
that to
the
the
state
court's
gets to
discretion.
Hold
refer
on, we can just, not everybody at the same time.
I'll withdraw any objection there. I'll leave that to the court's discretion.
Okay, if you want to put it on the Elmo, you can put it on the Elmo.
I will do that.
Jury has seen it, but if you want to show them the evidence again,
I'm not going through the whole document. I'm only going to go through the very end of it, okay? The very last sentence, she says, I don't accept the past's actions, but recognize them and only want to work towards finding who I truly am, right? That's what she said.
Yes, I see that.
I only want to work towards finding who I truly am. This stupid kid. I mean, how long does it normally take for people to get out of that shit? You know, it doesn't matter who you are. Who are you? Who is anyone? We're all billion-year-old carbon, baby. We're made of stars, and this is nothing. You know? Get on with it. Play the game or shut the fuck up. I need to find who I am. Me.
And then it goes on the next page, which is what I really want to get to. I cannot hurt myself anymore. She wrote that, right?
I can't see it yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to it. I cannot hurt myself anymore. I cannot hurt the ones I love.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
I can become Ezra McCandless again. Right?
Yeah.
I can become Ezra McCandless again. I am worth it. That's how she concluded this special journal that she sent to you.
Objection, it's the defense characterizing the evidence.
That's how she sent this journal.
hold on. I'm going to sustain it. It just seems
I'll rephrase it.
argumentative at this point. This is in closing argument, counsel.
It's nighttime. She sent you a journal. Life begins now.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Judge, that really, I don't have any further questions other than life began then.
Okay. And then any
What a horrible ending. You know, was that a brilliant Georgia Kappelman? It's different now, isn't it? It's different today, isn't it? No further questions. That's how you end an examination, okay? Not, well, if you're going to sustain that objection, then I really don't have anything else. It's different now, isn't it? It's different today, isn't it? No further questions. That's how you do it.
redirect?
I just asked that the counsel's last statement not be the jury be instructed that not be considered as evidence. That was more of an argumentative comment.
Okay, well, again, ladies and gentlemen, that is not evidence, that is argument, and that should be at the closing arguments. But at this point, that is not evidence.
I just, Mr. Mengel, I want to clear up a couple things. There was, so in direct examination, you testified that it was the holiday season generally when you tended to Alex Woodworth's cut on his wrist, correct?
I tried to find supporting evidence for that specific date, but I don't.
Is that the best, that's what you testified to?
I didn't have any conversations to base my idea off.
Is that your best recollection?
Best recollection.
Okay. Now, you also testified that the defendant told you that Alex cut his wrist because he said, if you don't break up with Jason, I'm going to kill myself, correct?
Yeah, at some point in the,
So that.
not that specific day.
Okay, so that's my question. Sometime around the holidays, the best of your recollection is when he had the cut on his wrist, right?
Yes.
And sometime much later is when that explanation was given to you by the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And was that after you found out about the sexual relationship that the defendant and Alex Woodworth had?
It wasn't completely solidified, but I had, like I said, I had my inclination to.
Okay. Now, you said that there was a conversation. So, well, let's go to the time in the hotel when you found the text messages between the defendant and John Hansen, and then you called John Hansen.
Yes.
Correct? So in cross-examination, you said that the defendant amended it after you talked to John Hansen on the phone, correct?
I was. Both
Is
of them.
that what you said?
Yes.
And what was the first thing that the defendant told you prior to talking to John Hansen about her sexual relationship with John Hansen?
That it was an assault.
That it was an assault?
Yes.
And then once you talked to John Hansen, how was that amended?
I would talk to him. I asked him what had happened. He gave me a story. I released some details of things I knew. He changed his story. And this between the two parties, I was doing this because I was privy to more information at that point. I just wanted to seek the truth.
So did the defendant tell you more information after you?
Love this, Veronica. He seems like the type of dude that would say, no, I didn't leave at 5:30. It was actually 5:30. That's brilliant.
You had some conversation with John Hansen.
She told me more, yes. We ended up going for a drive.
And did she tell you information that was different than what she told you initially before you talked to John Hansen?
Yes.
Now, the information that you got about Alex Woodworth saying he was going to kill himself if the defendant didn't break up with you, that came from the defendant, correct?
That came from Ezra McCandless, yes.
Alex Woodworth.
Did you get that comment wrong, Veronica Sawyer? Because the 5:30 one, because I just, that's perfect as it is. What did you mean to say? Don't change it. That was great.
Woodworth never told you that, correct?
No, he never stated that it was a suicide attempt or anything.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, any recross
Yeah.
limited to that redirect?
Absolutely limited.
Thank you.
She doesn't have any recross yet. She's like, okay, yeah, absolutely limited. I'm gonna recross. I'm gonna recross this guy so hard, you know. I'm gonna make this guy wish he was never born. Better think of something quick, because I ended my cross-examination really badly.
When you yourself looked at this wound on Alex's wrist, I think, as they said, it was the holiday season, right? Sometime in December, right? And you looked at it and you knew it looked like a suicide attempt, right?
Yes.
So whether or not he told you why he wanted to do a suicide attempt, that was pretty clear to you, right?
It wasn't my job to judge him. on what it was.
Of course not, but it looked to you like it was. I'm not asking you to be judgmental. I'm just asking about what you
So
saw.
I'm going to object on the opinion and asked and answered. There's been a ruling that he's not an expert to testify in this area.
Sustained, and I think that's already been covered, so.
Okay. But regardless of what you were thinking or what your opinion is,
But I want to cover it again.
what you said to Alex
Can I do the whole thing again? Because this was a rehearsal, right?
is you only get one chance at this.
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Mengel, you are free to step down from.
She's like, yes, that was the line. That's how you're supposed to end across. No further questions. Well, no, because you've only got a limited amount of leeway in recross. Oh, I can hear another mosquito, but I can't see it. Don't you hate that? I'll take the bites over the noise any day. Anyway, we've got an anti Jason Mengel character to cover now, folks. A Jenna Vanzand. What a name is that, huh?
Okay, go ahead.
Can you please state and spell your last name for the record? Vanzand, Vandezande. And what's your first name? Jenna. And what is your occupation? I'm a library worker. And do you know the defendant, Ezra McCandless? Yes.
And where do you work? At the library.
When did you first meet the defendant? In late June of 2017. And how did you meet her? At Racy's coffee shop. And did you become friends with the defendant? Yes. Do you recall when?
But I'm telling you, man, this chick's got some sass. She lays it down. Hardcore.
You were friends with her? What time frame? From around the time that we met at Racy's until March of 2018. And do you know Jason Mengel? Yes. How do you know him? He is my boyfriend, Alex Zink's former roommate. And did you know that, so Jason Mengel and your boyfriend, Alex Zink, shared an apartment together? Yes. And had you been to that apartment before? Yes, many times. And how big is the apartment? Can you describe kind of how many bedrooms, bathrooms? It is 700 square feet, 2 bed, 1 bath. And did you know if the defendant and Jason Mengel were involved in a romantic relationship? Yes. And at some point, did the defendant and Jason Mengel move in together, reside together? Yes. And did you spend time with the defendant? Yes, at the apartment and elsewhere. And when you spent time with the defendant, would she talk to you about her relationship with Jason Mengel? Yes. Do you specifically recall going on a walk with the defendant around September of 2017? Yes, on the bike trail in Eau Claire. And what, if anything, do you recall the defendant telling you during that walk about her relationship with Jason Mengel? She disclosed to me that earlier on in the summer, in mid-August, she had gone to the Twin Cities in Minnesota to have an abortion. And how did you respond? I said that she could talk to me about it if she wanted to, and gave her a hug, and told her that it was a really hard thing to go through and that I was sorry that she had to deal with that. And did she tell you anything else about her relationship with Jason
Welcome back, April. Good to see you again.
Mengel during that walk? She stated that since the procedure that he had been pretty distant from her. I had noticed that he had been sleeping downstairs on the couch away from her, and had wondered about it. And she said that she believed it was because he felt differently about her after the abortion. And is there anything else she told you about regarding Jason Mengel sleeping on the couch? She said that she had felt like a distance between them since the procedure, and that he had been refusing any kind of physical intimacy, including sex. And did the defendant talk to you about Alexander Woodworth while you were friends with her?
She mentioned that she was friends with him, that he was a great confidant, that they had gone on walks together, and that he was a good friend.
In February of 2018, were you living in that apartment as well?
No.
But at some point in February of 2018, did you learn the defendant moved out of the apartment that she shared with Jason Mengel?
Yes.
What did she tell you about that?
She messaged me on Facebook and stated that she didn't feel comfortable in the relationship anymore. She wanted to talk to him about boundaries, and that after he returned from military drill, that she would be breaking up with him and moving out.
And did you locate those Facebook messages and provide them to law enforcement?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 405. How many pages is that document?
3.
And what does it contain?
The conversation between her and I, that she stated that she was going to end things with Jason Mengel.
And what date is this conversation?
February 5th of 2018.
And is this an accurate copy of the conversation as you recall it?
Yes.
Move Exhibit 405 into evidence.
All right, subject to objection, which is preserved for the record, the court will receive Exhibit 405.
I request to publish that for the jury.
You may.
Judge, I'm going to object to the reading of it. It's in evidence. She can publish it. The state certainly can publish it, but I don't think we need witnesses to read what's written. If she wants to display it to the jury, she's certainly welcome to do that, but we don't need people reading every written word that we're introducing into evidence.
Well, I'm going to give counsel some latitude to publish it in the manner that she would like to publish it. And I'm sure that, there's going to come a time there'll be some things that you'll want to publish in a certain way that the state may object to. But I think let counsel make their...
It's a shame Jason Mengel never said at ease during his testimony, or no one said it to him,
presentation in the manner that they choose. So if you wish to read some of it, show it, you may do that. It's not particularly lengthy, so go ahead.
Thank you. So this area I'm pointing to.
Just for context, guys, there's 2 reasons I'm showing this. And the first one is that this is the only person that I know of that really called Ezra out on her bullshit, saw straight through it, stupid kid, shut up kid, before the murder. Of course, after the murder, people started to, it started to click, all the stuff that she'd been doing. But also, she does the same thing with Jason. She brutally calls him out, live, on the stand, in front of a crowd. And I just thought it might be a nice way to wrap up tonight's Jason show. We're not going to have to see him again. And I promise tomorrow, I'm going to do my level best to edit some other good ones down. So we just get the juice, the meat, the moss, the good stuff. Because that Jason Mengel thing went on far too long. We've been doing it for 2 days straight. So we're wrapping up with Jenna Vanzand, and tomorrow we're looking at some good cuts. We're going to do some good cuts, cold cuts.
And it's a little bit hard to see, but is that a picture that you associated with the defendant?
Yes, that was her profile picture on Facebook at the time.
And this line below, nice, with the smiley face, like defining more boundaries in the relationship, is that your message?
Yes.
And the defendant stated like ending the relationship. Is that right?
Yes.
And did she tell you in this message that the relationship had gotten bad and she cannot be mistreated anymore?
Yes.
And did you respond with "I understand"?
Yes.
And why did you respond that way?
She had been talking in the previous weeks about how she had not felt that there was as strong of a connection as there had been before, and that she still really loved him, but didn't know if it was the right relationship to be in.
And then she responds that it's not healthy. We have a zero communication. We have zero communication. And why do you respond with, yeah, his communication style is ... complicated?
I was trying to be tactful in my response. Jason Mengel's communication style is incredibly complicated.
Okay, you ready?
His communication style is ... complicated.
I was trying to be tactful in my response. Jason Mengel's communication style is incredibly complicated. He unfortunately has not learned that words have the power to hurt people, regardless of your intention of those words, and often uses the excuse of trying to be honest when really he just sounds like a jerk.
And do you have an example of that regarding the defendant's appearance that she shared?
I feel a little sigh of relief that she's just said that, you know. It's just like, finally, I'm not crazy. He is nuts. His communication style, what is it all about? And then he uses the excuse of just trying to be honest when really he just sounds like a jerk. And she's angry. She's like, you can see her heavy chest breathing, and she's like making these faces, you know. She's snappy. That's right, Anne. I like her. I'm gonna watch it one more time.
I was trying to be tactful in my response. Jason Mengel's communication style is incredibly complicated. He unfortunately has not learned that words have the power to hurt people, regardless of your intention of those words, and often uses the excuse of trying to be honest when really he just sounds like a jerk.
And do you have an example of that regarding the defendant's appearance that she shared with you?
I overheard a conversation between them where he told her that her makeup looked clownish, disregarding the fact that she had been wearing a lot of makeup to cover up acne at the time. And I thought that was a very insensitive thing to say.
And so is that sort of provided context to your response?
Yes.
And the defendant then discusses with you how she was going to sit down and talk to Jason, and that she's in a bad spot right now.
Yes.
And how did you respond?
Yeah, I hadn't seen all of the interactions that she had told me about, like things that he had said to her. I had not witnessed them, so I was going off of what she had told me in confidence. She mentioned to me many times, don't talk to him about it. I don't want you to get involved, so I stayed out of it as much as I could. But based on his interactions with others of our friends, I took her at her word because he sometimes can be complicated.
And the defendant then writes, it's been bad.
And a jerk, and a big fat jerk.
I've lost confidence. I hate my body. I hate my face. Is that right?
Yes.
And how did you respond?
My confidence, my body, I hate my face. This girl needs to stop looking in the mirror. She's always talking about going into nature and stuff. She doesn't go into nature. She wants to act like someone who goes into nature so that she can feel better than other people. It's still all about her. She should have gone into nature for real, you know?
That's a lot of hurtful red flags. That's a lot of hurtful red flags. If you're feeling that way with a partner, that's probably not a great relationship to be in.
And did she say that he called me retarded, one of the most offensive things to me, and I know he doesn't like me the way he did before the abortion. Is that right?
Yes.
And what did you believe that he was referring to?
I had not heard him say the word retarded to her. That is an offensive term, but based on his interactions with her after the abortion, I also agreed that he seemed a bit distant.
And then turning to the third page. The defendant responds, and he's been hurt also. I love him, but this isn't healthy. How did you respond?
I said, if that's how you're feeling, then you need to definitely talk to him about it. But you really shouldn't be in a relationship with someone that treats you that way.
And then
Is your question, Neverly, about like why are they reading these texts? Why are they reading these texts? I guess it goes to state of mind, right? I mean, what does Ezra's relationship with Jason have to do with butchering poor Alex? Well, it forms the main motive. Ezra wanted to get Jason back because that was her best meal ticket. You know, reading Kierkegaard all day doesn't bring in any money. Yeah, so Jason's relationship with Ezra is important. It was the motive. So I guess the angle, I can't remember exactly where this specific testimony is going, but it's probably to form the desperation of Ezra's need to be with Jason, right? I think so. I guess we'll find out.
To inform the defendant that it's better to talk in person?
Yes, she stated that she would be talking to him in person when he returned from drill.
And then does your conversation continue about the defendant's trying to find a place to live?
Yes.
Thank you. And all of those conversations or those messages on Facebook, those all occurred on February 5th?
Yes.
At any time around that date, did the defendant mention to you anything that occurred with John Hansen?
No.
Did you ever observe Jason Mengel yell at the defendant?
I had not witnessed it myself, but I had heard from others that he had an explosive reaction at Razy's coffee shop.
Okay. And is that when he had confronted Alex?
No, it was in the weeks prior, but I don't know what the argument was about.
Around, let's see, March 19th of 2018, do you recall going to the bar with Jason Mengel?
Yes.
And did you go to the joint?
Yes.
And do you recall making a statement to Jason Mengel about his relationship with the defendant when you were at the bar with him?
Yes, we talked extensively about their relationship, and he stated to me that...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained unless there's some,
No, I just want to know what you told Jason during that conversation at the bar, not Jason's response.
Objection, hearsay, irrelevant.
and what's the purpose?
So this is March 19th, a few days before the incident in question. I believe her statement to Jason Mengel is relevant to some events that are going to occur right after this.
Can we,
Yeah, let's do a sidebar. Okay, you can go ahead. Objection is overruled in part.
So did you have a conversation with Jason?
It was a weird Charlie Foxtrot of facial expressions, wasn't it? What was going on there? She looks like a clown as well, or a ventriloquist dummy. She looks like she's made out of wood. The mother, look.
Okay, you can go ahead. Objection is
Even got a bit of shine, varnish.
overruled in part.
So did you have a conversation with Jason Mengel on March 19th of 2018?
Yes.
And after that conversation, did you have a phone call from the defendant or receive a phone call?
Yes.
And what did the defendant tell you during that phone call?
She stated that it was my fault that Jason had texted her breaking up with her. She said I needed to fix it, that I needed to wake him up and talk to him about it immediately. That it was, she repeated multiple times that it was my fault, that things were not going the way that they should have been, that I was getting involved in a situation that I was not supposed to be in. And then she told me, Jenna, I heard that you don't believe that I was assaulted.
And how did you respond?
I was crying. I felt like a bad friend. I apologized multiple times. I said that there had been so many things going on that I didn't know what to believe anymore.
She's got a bit of majesty, this girl. You know, she's like a lion sitting on a rock.
And I just kept profusely apologizing. But the hair on the back of my neck stood up the entire conversation because she was talking in the same tone that I am right now. And if you were accusing of someone of not believing that you were raped, I would think you would be a bit more upset about it. And so I was very unnerved the entire conversation.
You see, she knew. Did everyone catch that? I love the way she says that.
Supposed to be in. And then she told me, Jenna, I heard that you don't believe that I was assaulted.
And how did you respond?
I was crying. I felt like a bad friend. I apologized multiple times. I said that there had been so many things going on that I didn't know what to believe anymore. And I just kept profusely apologizing. But the hair on the back of my neck stood up the entire conversation because she was talking in the same tone that I am right now. And if you were accusing of someone of not believing that you were raped, I would think you would be a bit more upset about it. And so I was very unnerved.
It's a good point, isn't it? It's a very good point. She was talking in the same tone that I am right now.
The entire conversation.
And meanwhile, while the defendant's calm, you're crying.
Yes.
And so what, if anything, did you do after, well, I guess how long was this conversation with the defendant?
About an hour and 15 minutes.
And how do you know that it occurred on March?
I think Jenna would eat Chelsea. You mean Detective Chelsea from Orange County? Yeah, I think Jenna would eat her alive, man. You don't mess with the lion on the rock.
March 19th of 2018.
It was the day after my birthday, and that phone call will haunt me for the rest of my life.
And so
she's a Pisces, not a lion.
did you do anything after that phone conversation?
I sat down on the curb because I had been out walking, collected my thoughts, kind of shook it off, and then went back to Alex Sink and Jason Mengel's apartment where Jason was asleep and Alex Sink, my boyfriend, was still awake. I told him that I did not want to be involved in Ezra or Jason's relationship anymore, and I needed to tell him that, but because Jason was asleep and unable to be woken up, I decided I should write a letter instead of texting it. And then I took a picture of that letter because in this day and age, you can't be too careful about people mincing your words or switching them around.
She covers all bases. I decided to write him a letter instead of a text because texting stuff is a bitch move, but I took a picture of the letter, so I had proof.
So I wanted to make sure I had a record of it.
And did you provide
yeah, good call, Anne. She's got, you can always tell with Aries, they either have eyebrows that look like ram horns or glasses that look like ram horns. And she has both.
and did you provide law enforcement with a copy of that letter?
Yes, I sent them the picture that I took.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 677. Do you recognize that item in front of you?
Yes,
And what is it?
it's the letter that I wrote to Jason.
And is that your handwriting?
Yes,
And that's the same letter you wrote on March 19th of 2018?
yes.
And how did you get that letter to Jason Mengel?
I left it on the coffee table next to him so that he would see it when he woke up.
And move Exhibit 677 into evidence.
All right, again, subject to objection.
She said her birthday was the day before March 19th. Anne.
That have been made and preserved for the record.
Which would be the 18th.
Court will receive Exhibit 677.
And I would like Ms. Vanzand to read that letter to the jury.
All right, but and this is, again, and perhaps you tell the jury, I'm receiving the letter for what it is and where it was and the circumstances. And at some point here, particularly when the court instructs you, and maybe before the instructions, before deliberations, the court will provide a little bit more instruction as to how you are to use some of this type of evidence we call panorama evidence. I am not receiving the letter for the truth of what is said in the letter. I'm receiving the letter as just part of the story, the background of the circumstances and events leading up to March 22nd and including March 22nd, 2018. And so it is part of, again, this witness's testimony. So Exhibit 677 is being received in evidence, but again, not for, as we refer to it, the truth of the matter asserted in the letter, but is, again, part of the circumstances. Okay, and so go ahead. Read the letter, but again, it may be for...
Who's Derek, Anne? Soap is snoring. She's snoring really loud, but she's moved away from the microphone now. Oh, look, she loves looking at the camera as well. She gets called out on this, and it's so funny because while her attorney is saying to the judge, like, Your Honor, people are saying on court TV that she's been looking at the camera. Then she really looks at the camera. Oh, God.
How it may have affected the state of mind of the defendant, and how she may have felt about that. And again, it's part of the overall picture. So with that caution, go ahead and you can read the letter.
Ah, okay. Derek's your husband, Dan. Well, congratulations. He's a fine man. Fine man.
Ms. Vanzand, if you could read Exhibit 677.
I'm going to ask you to slowly.
Hey, talked with Ez. We were able to discuss some questions I had and things that we were confused about. I think I've been operating from a place of miscommunication and not having much of the whole story until now, after talking to her. I'm sorry if I conflicted your thoughts. I'm planning on staying out of this all from now on. You guys need to talk and work on what you will, in whatever way works for you guys. Jenna.
Ah, man, we should analyze this letter. You guys need to talk in whichever way you will. What did she say then? I mean, it's very, like, hardcore, right? It's basically saying, I ain't interested in listening to any more of this shit, but, you know, in a way that could be perceived as mature. Let's listen to it one more time.
I'm going to ask you to slowly.
Hey, talked with Ez. We were able to discuss some questions I had and things that we were confused about. I think I've been operating from a place of miscommunication and not having much of the whole story.
I think I've been operating. You see, I like how she owns that, because what she's really saying is people have been lying to me. But if you say that in the letter, you're talking about someone else's actions and not your own, which makes you look weak. So she owns it. She knows how to do it, you see. She says, I think I have been operating from a place of miscommunication from others, but it's implied she's very smart. We like Jenna. We like Jenna.
Until now, after talking to her. I'm sorry if I conflicted your thoughts. I'm planning on staying out of this all from now on. You guys need to talk and work on what you will, in whatever way works for you guys.
In whatever way works for you guys, because leave me the fuck out of it.
Jenna.
Thank you. And I'd
Kiss, 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 smiley face.
also move Exhibit 519 photograph as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'd also move Exhibit 519, the photograph of Exhibit 677 as well.
Any objection to the photograph?
Nothing other than what's been previously noted.
Okay, so subject to those previous objections, I assume it's a photograph of the same letter. Is that right, Ms. Noto?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so exhibit 519 will also be received, again, ladies and gentlemen, basically for the same reasons that exhibit 677. 677 is the actual letter. Exhibit 519 is I believe a picture or photo of the letter. Okay.
And then, Judge, could we have a sidebar for another matter?
All right, go ahead. Okay, there was.
What's that flag, Ann? Is that Croatia? I don't know.
No objection on the table. We did have a sidebar.
I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Vanzand.
Mr. Nelson, it's been a while, hasn't it? We've been stuck with Jason Mengel for a few days. But Mr. Nelson is back to wow us all with his kindness, his etiquette, and his decency.
Suzanne, did I
Yes.
pronounce that correctly?
Yes.
I know this isn't the best way to meet somebody and the first question to ask, but how old are you?
26.
And your boyfriend is Matthew Schreiner?
No, Alex Zink,
I apologize. Okay. Alex Zink. How old is Alex Zink?
31.
I just want to get the context of this. So Alex Zink, your boyfriend, was living with Jason Mengel. Is that right?
Yes.
It's a 2-bedroom apartment. Agreed?
Yes.
You never lived there. Agreed?
I lived there later in May 2018 until February, late February of 2019.
You never.
Just for context, guys, Mr. Nelson knows damn well her boyfriend is Alex Zink and not Matthew Schreiner. But for anyone who doesn't know, this is Matthew Schreiner. Okay? And if ever I could imagine what a Dungeons and Dragons champion looks like, it would be this guy right here. Okay? He plays every day. I love his look. I love the beard. I love the purple shirt and the braces. It's fantastic. But I don't know why Mr. Nelson asked that, because he obviously knows the truth.
Did I
Yes.
pronounce that correctly?
Yes.
I know this isn't the best way to meet somebody and the first question to ask, but how old are you?
26.
And your boyfriend is Matthew Schreiner?
No, Alex Zink,
I apologize. Okay. Alex Zink. How old is Alex Zink?
31.
I just want to get the context of this. So Alex Zink, your boyfriend, was living with Jason Mengel. Is that right?
Yes.
It's a 2-bedroom apartment. Agreed?
Yes.
You never lived there. Agreed?
I lived there later in May 2018 until February, late February of 2019.
You never lived there from the period of June 2018 until June 2017 until March 2018, the time period where you were talking about when you knew Ezra McCandless. Agreed?
Yes.
You were dating in a relationship with Alex Zink during that time, right?
Yes.
But you weren't living there. Agreed?
Yes.
So I want to then kind of fast forward to this letter here at the end. Sounds like, you wrote the letter, but it sounds like at the end you're like, I'm out. Is that basically what it was?
Yes.
You've been hearing stuff from Jason Mengel, and you've been hearing stuff from Ezra McCandless, and you've been in maybe like.
Sounds like we're really Pisces heavy. You know, Metrix is a Pisces, right? I mean, is everybody a Pisces? I know our two moderators that are with us this evening are both Aries. Oh no, hang on. We've got one Aries, one Virgo. Sorry, Amy. Yeah. How fascinating. There's at least 10 fish in this chat right now.
Lack of a better term, in the middle of this relationship, and you're just like, I'm done with both of you.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yes.
There was, in your opinion, just a lot of drama going on.
Yes.
Between Ezra and Jason and.
It's the Armenian flag. Okay, sorry. I hope there's no beef between Armenia and Croatia. That's the worst thing you could have said, Metrix. Well done, Metrix. We hate Croatia. I don't know.
Others at races, right?
Yes.
Lots of people were talking about lots of different things regarding Ezra and Jason and other men, right?
I had not heard about other men at this point.
Okay. But you'd heard lots of people, including Jason and Ezra, talk about Jason and Ezra's relationship.
Yeah, the shirt tie combo, blue suit, purple tie is okay, but it's dependent on that white shirt. If he had a gray shirt, I don't think it would work at all. If he had a light blue shirt, that's hard to imagine. No, I think that'd look like a school uniform if it was a light blue shirt and this jacket tie. White shirt is a must with this combo. And to be honest, I would have liked to have seen a different color on the shirt. And I'm not a big fan of the House Windsor knot. I just have a normal knot. I think it looks better. It's easier to do. Windsor knots are all about status.
Yes.
Others just in them, correct?
Yes.
Just, again, I don't want the content, but just general, there was gossip and drama around those two people in their relationship at the Racy's coffee shop, right?
Yes.
And as you put in here in your letter, you, I think, put in there fairly, I'm guessing, that you were confused about a lot of different stuff because you were hearing all kinds of different things, right?
Yes.
And it's something you put in here even, I think, you were, I think it was very well wrote, you were operating from a place of miscommunication. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was, again, because you'd been in the middle of this drama and hearing all kinds of stuff. And at that point, you're just like, I don't know who's saying what or when or why, and I want nothing more to do with it.
Yes.
Okay. And that was the purpose of your writing this letter to Jason, correct?
Yes.
And you hand delivered the letter to a place in Jason's apartment where he was at. Agreed?
Yes.
And this was this on then?
Jason was actually 33 when they met, Neville. So another year worse.
The early morning hours or morning hours of March 20th? Or was it still on March 19th?
I believe I left the apartment after writing the letter around midnight.
Okay, so midnight of March 19th going into the next day, March 20th.
Yes.
All right. You didn't give a copy of this letter to Ezra McCandless, correct?
No.
What you had communicated with Ezra McCandless was done by phone prior to your writing the letter, right?
Yes.
It sounds like when you spoke with Ezra, you were upset, right?
Yeah, I know, Amy. Sorry. I did correct myself immediately.
Yes.
Not necessarily at her, but just you were upset about all of this drama and you're being dragged into it?
Yes.
And it sounded like Ezra was also upset, correct?
during the phone call, not so much. The words sounded like they would have been upset, more angry than sad.
Okay, so the content did not necessarily resonate with the tone. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay, but the content certainly made it, you thought from the content, she sounds upset.
yes,
Upset about how her relationship with Jason was going or not going, so to speak, right?
yes,
That's what the whole conversation was about Ezra and Jason, right?
yes. And then the later mention of not believing that she had been assaulted by John Hanson.
Okay. And you'd never spoken with John Hanson, agreed?
I have spoken with John Hanson
At
prior.
that time, you'd spoken with John Hanson before.
He had been at Racy's coffee shop for years prior, so I had had multiple interactions with him as more of a how's your day going?
Okay, so you knew who John Hanson was.
Yes,
And how old's John Hanson, do you know?
early 30s.
Okay. And he's a Army veteran, is that right?
Yes, he was friends with Jason Mengel and would frequently come over to the apartment to hang out.
Okay, because they were kind of Army buddies?
Yes, they, I believe, had also met at Racy's.
All right. And these, John Hanson's about the same size as Jason Mengel.
About the same height and build, yes.
And how tall are you?
5'6".
All right. And Ezra's McCandless is considerably shorter than you, right?
Objection relevance.
What is there some relevance to that?
Yes, the state's introduced information about her size, and this is a witness who lived with her and knows her size, and so certainly has a foundation to testify about it.
But what is the relation or the comparison between?
The jury's not stupid, right? They're like, buddy, we know that you just want to like squeeze in that, oh, she's a tiny little woman and wouldn't be able to kill Alex. Well, but she did. And why? Because she had a knife and tricked him and came at him from behind and stabbed him in the head. After you stab someone in the head, the rest is easy. Yeah? Then they're on the floor, shocked, hurt, freaked out. Even when you get punched, it can take a minute to like get your equilibrium back together. You're dazed and confused. Imagine getting a hard blade in your temple bone. Ow.
This witness and Ms. McCandless have to do with anything?
You want me to articulate it now, or you want me to articulate it on the side?
Well, all right, counsel. I mean, if you,
I'm happy to do it here. I just don't want to overstep.
okay, that's your sidebar. Objection overruled. We may answer.
Thank you. Think of it, you're several inches taller than Ezra McCandless, right?
Yes,
So if you're 5'6", she's 5'2", 5'3", in that ballpark based upon your contact with her?
yes.
Okay. I think I was asking you about John Hanson before that. Have you, prior to March 19th, speaking with Ms. McCandless on the phone, that time period, are you with me?
Yes.
I just want to know, I don't want to know the content, I just want to ask whether you'd had a
Ezra's 5'2", Neverly. So that's the size that he's trying to get across, and that is pretty short, even for a girl, isn't it? I'd say so.
conversation with John Hanson about the investigation regarding a sexual encounter that John Hanson and Ezra McCandless may or may not have had.
No,
Okay, so on the 19th, you hadn't yet spoke with John Hanson about that allegation/investigation, agreed?
agreed.
Fair to say that you hung out at Racy's coffee shop, is that right? I mean, by hung out, I didn't mean like every day, but you were there?
As this whole situation seemed to unfold, I spent less and less time there.
Okay, and probably part of the reason you spend less and less time there is because there's a lot of drama going on there, right?
Yeah, not like Jason, who's like, I fucking love you guys. I love races and D&D. I love you. Jenna's just like, okay, this is drama bullshit, and I'm out. Races, I'm out. Mochaccino, I'm out. $4.50 blueberry muffin, fuck you. Unisex non-gender bathrooms, fuck you. You know, 70s retro couches, fuck you. Oh.
Yes.
It was not a, for lack of a better term, happy place.
No, not at the time.
There was a lot of people talking about a lot of other people in ways that didn't make you feel good, at least, correct?
Wow, Veronica, you're 5'1"? That's amazing. But you're a Taurus, so you're strong in so many other ways.
Yes.
And you wanted to be away from that negativity.
Yes.
So I want to take us back now to the walk that you said you'd done with Ezra, okay?
Yes.
I believe you had said that the walk was in September when you did this. When
Yes.
you went on this walk with Ms. McCandless. If I told you that the procedure didn't.
What's this, C. Malone? Is it like at the county fair when you guess the jelly beans in the jar? Like, we're going to take stabs at Jenna's weight? I don't know. We support Jenna, C. Malone.
Didn't happen
Plus, that cardigan she's wearing probably adds around 10 pounds.
until October. Would that change your opinion, your memory about when you think this walk happened? Are you definitive on September, or is that just kind of a ballpark?
It was cold enough to wear a coat. It was definitely the end of September, early October.
Okay, so it may have been sometime in early October that you had this conversation with her, correct?
Yes.
But what you know, it was a conversation after the procedure, the abortion, right?
Yes.
So whenever that abortion took place, it was sometime after that you took this walk with Ms. McCandless, correct?
Yes.
And it was during that walk where she was expressing with you her, I don't want, if these aren't the right words, tell me, but she was expressing her feelings about that operation, right?
Yes.
Feelings of shame.
I don't know if I would use the word shame.
Okay, well, what word would you use? Regret?
Discomfort.
Okay. From a physical standpoint, an emotional standpoint, or both?
Both. She had talked about how it was pretty painful and she'd had complications after that, and that's why she'd been sick and in bed a lot of the weeks.
Yeah, it's also why she couldn't continue with her job process. Okay, she started the job process, but there were complications following the abortion, so that had to be put on ice.
Leading up to this walk between us, and then also her discomfort and feelings of distance between her and Jason.
Okay, and so she'd expressed that the father of the aborted baby was Jason, right?
Yes.
And that he had not, she felt left alone. Would that be fair to say?
Yes. After the procedure, she had felt like there had been more distance.
Okay, she didn't, did she say like wasn't getting the love and support that she wanted, something along those lines, or are those not the right words?
Support would be a good word to choose, yes.
Okay. And she was sharing that with you as just somebody else that she knew, an older female friend, right?
Yes.
And I imagine you were supportive.
Yes.
Empathized and gave her some of the support that she was looking for in that moment, right?
I tried to, yes.
Sure. And it was around that time, do you recall the trip do you remember Jason leaving and not being at the apartment for a week, 2 weeks, some time period like that around this time of the walk?
No, Ezra didn't sleep with her boyfriend. As far as we know, it's not come up. Her boyfriend is Alex Zink, and the two people that we know she had an affair with was John Hansen and Alex Woodworth. But they're both called Alex.
Yes, he had gone out to the West Coast with a friend.
Okay. And it was around that time when he's gone up to the West Coast with a friend that Ezra and you have this walk in which she shares her her feelings with you?
I believe the conversation that we had on that walk happened shortly before Jason went out west.
Okay, so she expressed this feeling of lacking support to you, and then very soon after that, Jason was gone.
I believe a few weeks after that, yes.
Okay. And prior to that, you had made observations of Jason sleeping on the couch, right?
Yes,
So what she had told you about the distance, you observed with your own eyes as well.
yes.
And then I want to ask you about this Facebook communication that you talked about on February 5th, okay?
Yes.
I don't know that we, I'm going to hand you exhibit 405. You need to, that's already in evidence, so you can certainly look at that. Ms. McCandless in there, again, I'm probably not going to quote word for word, but if you need that to refresh, certainly look at it. Ms.
Are you thinking of Pamela Anderson, Neverly?
McCandless was telling you that she was wanting to break up with Jason. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think her words were because it wasn't healthy. Is that right?
Yes.
And then she told you, I think on the last page, she told you it's really hard, but I have to talk to him. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew Ezra at the time, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, did it sound consistent with what you knew of Ezra? Is that she wanted to go and have this face-to-face with another person about this emotional matter, right?
Yes.
And you were encouraging her to do that, correct?
Yes.
Because you're a bit older than her, not a lot, but a bit older, right?
Yes.
And Jason's certainly older. That whole, Alex Zink is older. John Hansen is older. She's the youngest one in that friend group, right?
Yes.
And her, well, for whatever reason, whether it's generational or not, you were encouraging her to have this conversation in person, right?
Yes.
If anyone wants to know what Kate Upton looked like, because I didn't know. Here she is. Oh my God, they could be twins. You stick a librarian's cardigan on this broad and we've got Jenna. Okay, this is a different kind of show. Huh. Yeah, I like her. She looks smart. Definitely high IQ. Definitely high IQ.
Because that's what you thought is just how two human beings should interact when they've been in a relationship and they want to move on from that relationship. The healthiest way to do that is a face-to-face contact, right?
Yes.
And that's what you were supporting her to do in that matter, right?
Yes.
And did she then do that at some point face-to-face with Jason?
To my knowledge, no, until much later.
And much later than they had a face-to-face because they then ended up getting back together, right?
Yes. I had heard 2 days after this
I don't wanna
conversation
know
that
about
she had
what you-
texted him
Okay.
and broken up with him through text.
And, okay, and so, and when she broke up through text, fair to say, did you speak with her about that?
No, I was disappointed.
Okay, and did you ever get the chance to express that disappointment to her, that you thought it would be better for human beings to contact each other in person rather than through text when they're dealing with these emotional matters?
No, after she moved out, we didn't speak much.
Okay. Did you talk with her about that at all by the time of by the time of March 19th, when you had the phone conversation with her about your disappointment about her communicating emotional things through text rather than in person? Or were you already done with kind of all of the drama between Jason and Ezra?
Yes, I tried to stay out of it as much as I could after she had moved out.
Okay, you were just like, you're much older. You didn't have time for some of this teenage drama with a 19-year-old, right?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Can you read your?
You were asked about some gossip at Racy's. Was your opinion on John Hanson based on your observations or on gossip?
Objection. I don't believe there was opinion evidence. I don't believe there was any evidence about what the gossip was. It's irrelevant. Lay opinions are.
Sustained.
When the defendant was living at the apartment with Alex and Jason, you were there frequently?
Yes,
Like, how frequently would you go there?
almost every night,
And would you spend the night?
maybe twice or 3 times a week.
And on March 19th, when you wrote that letter in front of you, Exhibit 677, was that your way of doing what the defendant instructed you to do?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Okay, any recross?
No. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Vanzand, you may step down. I believe you're probably excused. Any reason that she is not released from her subpoena?
No.
Okay, you're good to go. Thank you. Have a good day.
Can I get those exhibits?
Could you tell us your name, please, and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is.
This guy's special. He's a short witness. We're at least going to cover this guy. It's only 8 minutes long. Court Fox, everyone. I love this name. If I ever have kids, they're all being called Court Fox. What a name. That's a fantastic name. Court Fox. He's a friend of Alex Woodworth, and he never met Ezra, but he saw he saw Alex while he was with Ezra. So he's going to share his perspective on that. And he also comes back. He comes back for victim impact statements and gives a blinder. Really good one. You think it's going to go one way, but then he twists, right? You think he's going to go soft, but he goes ultra hard deathmatch. Good old Court Fox. So yeah, let's have a look at him.
Could you tell us your name, please?
I love how his coffee cup is not from Racy's as well. You know.
And spell your name for the court reporter.
Yes, my name is Court, K-O-R-T, Fox, F-O-X.
All right. And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a server/cook at the Grand Avenue Cafe in Eau Claire.
And are you familiar with, or did you know Alex Woodworth?
Oh, very well.
How did you get to know Alex?
We were students together. He was a philosophy major. I was a philosophy minor. We had some courses together, and I just got to know him through that. And then we became fast friends after that.
And
No, Anne, and I believe he's made a point of bringing a cup specifically from a coffee shop that's not Racy's, you know, as a fuck you to Ezra. He's really pissed. He's really pissed. This guy really, he's the only, what is the word? Not contemporary. He's also a philosophy student, is what I'm trying to say. What is the word for that? Counterpart? No. You know what I'm saying. He's the only guy in the same zone as Alex that testifies. So he's got a different level of insight into Alex's renowned brilliance. Everyone knew he was always reading these books, but this guy knows that he was special.
would you meet with him in the evenings?
Oh, many times.
All right. And where would you generally meet?
The Joint.
And what's the joint?
It is a bar.
All right. And can you spell the joint, by the way? I think it's
Joynt.
okay. I thought it had an unusual spelling, so I just wanted to be sure the record was correct. When you guys would get together at the joint, what would you talk about?
Mainly philosophy.
And
Kierkegaard came up once, definitely more than once. Plato and Aristotle and Socrates and Friedrich Nietzsche.
did Alex have, and then is pretty much the only question I'm going to ask, did he have a particular area that he was interested in philosophy?
Mainly ethics.
Now, did you also become aware of the relationship that the defendant had with Alex?
Yeah, in November, he did mention it.
And did he discuss his relationship with you in detail?
That was right when it was getting started. And
He might have races written all over him. I think he's got vintage clothes shop written all over him. So that could mean races, or it could mean something else. Now, if he'd have come in wearing a mustard colored cardigan, I'd agree with you, C. Malone, but it's not necessarily the uniform of races. It's definitely from a vintage clothing shop, though. But not all plaid shirts mean unisex bathrooms, do they?
Objections withdrawn, Judge.
Okay, and I'm just gonna mark this one off. Okay. Go
Did
ahead.
he tell you whether or not the relationship was intimate?
Not at that point.
All right, at some point, did he tell you that?
Well, after they started dating, as much as Alex was an exemplary and unique individual, he was a stereotypical guy in many ways. And I didn't see him much at all until after they had broken up.
All right,
But
so,
I was there when he first started, yay, I have a girlfriend.
okay. All right, after they broke up,
The prosecutor laughs because he remembers that time. Yay, I have a girlfriend.
And I didn't see him much at all until after they had broken up.
all right,
But
so,
I was there when he first started, yay, I have a girlfriend.
okay. All right, after they broke up, did he talk to you a little more about the relationship?
Yes,
All right, and at that point, did he tell you that it had been intimate?
yes.
All right. Now, after they broke up, did you discuss with him if he was going to get back together or want to get back together with the defendant?
No, he did not.
What did he tell you about that?
Objection, hearsay.
That existing state of mind, Your Honor.
Overruled. And objections noted, preserved for the record.
After being out of it, he still very much cared for Ezra, very much wanted her to be happy, well, and everything like that. But it was a lot of drama that he was happy to be done with. It seemed like not much at all when he was in the middle of it and very much involved, but then being able to be slightly removed, it's like, wow, that was a bit, and I'm happy to be out. And he was looking forward to continuing his writing, applying to more grad schools, and it just meant that he could focus more on that now. And
Right, so this is he's a very short witness, but he's got an important message, hasn't he? The important message is that Alex wasn't this love-crushed, fucked up, miserable, desperate, murderous rage kind of, I deserve to have you, you will be mine, like Ezra is trying to say, He actually got out of it, and as soon as the initial oh shit passed, which was quick, he was like, shit, that actually was a load of drama, and I kind of got lost in that for a brief moment, didn't I? And now that I'm out of it, I can see it, and that wasn't good. And great, so now I'm going to have more time for Kierkegaard, more time for applying to grad schools, and we can move on, right? But Ezra doesn't want to paint it like that, does she? No, that wouldn't go too whole well with her story, would it? So Court Fox has come in to rebut that claim.
he was very happy for that.
Did he say what would happen if the defendant wanted to get back together into an intimate relationship, what his response would be?
He wasn't so much afraid of that. He did say that he was afraid of just being reached out to because he knew that she had issues, problems.
Objection.
Okay, I think we're maybe going a little bit far. So
Okay.
Sustain in terms of
That's
getting
fine.
into those details.
Did did Alex indicate whether or not he had reached out for contact with the defendant after the breakup?
No.
Yeah, he does look like a philosopher, doesn't he? You know what else he looks like? He looks like if he was any less tanned, he'd be transparent. This is what makes me think maybe he doesn't go to races so often, because even walking from his house to the cafe, or the coffee lounge, whatever, if he walked to his house to the coffee lounge more than once a month, just that amount of exposure to the sun would increase his tan a lot, right? I'm sorry, Court. I love your name, though. I love your name.
Do you have an opinion as to Alex's character as it relates to peacefulness?
Oh my God, he was one of the kindest men I've ever met.
And as far as peacefulness,
Objection, I believe last week we talked about the manner in which this can be introduced, and so I'm objecting to the manner. We can take it up on sidebar if we need to.
Well, I think it's proper to ask what the opinion is.
what is your opinion as to his character for peacefulness?
I have never seen him.
Objection.
Okay,
Again, just your
My
opinion.
opinion?
Yes,
He was a very peaceful person, in my opinion.
thank you. Did you actually know the defendant at all?
No, I've never actually met her.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Fox,
Yes.
you spoke with an investigator by name of Jason Stalker in April of 2018 about Alex, did you not?
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And they asked you a lot of the same questions that were asked today, is that right? Yes?
Yes.
And I believe at one point you told them, quote,
Ezra had ancient love with everybody. That was her line, right? That was like, yeah, do you feel it too? You feel that thing? That's our past lives. And it's an ancient love, and we're old souls, and blah, 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 blah. Oh. Wait until we get onto her testimony. Should I cut her testimony down or do the whole thing? I don't know. I think we all got a bit bored with Jason, but maybe we need to see all of Ezra's testimony. I don't know. It's a difficult call to make.
well, you were asked about Alex and Ezra's relationship end of February, March, I think the breakup, okay?
Yes.
And your words to them were, my role as a friend during this past month was, he was a bit rocked by it, and so I was helping him through that. Those are the words that you'd said to the police?
Yes.
And you said those words because that was the truth, right?
Yes.
He was a bit rocked by it.
Yeah.
He was in love with her.
Yeah.
That's what you told the police, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That reminds me of Charlie Adelson. Did you like Professor Markel? He was a little on the nerdy, nice guy. Oh my God, you're so convincing, Charlie. What the fuck? You didn't practice that line? You knew what was on page 642 of your deposition from May 30th, 2016. If you're going to quote me, date me, because I've rehearsed, but you couldn't practice. Did you like Professor Markel? Oh, I'm kind of looking forward to revisiting the Adelsons after all of this. Just let the dust settle, right? Just let the dust settle. And then it settles, and then we pick it up again and throw it in the air.
Okay.
And we will dance in that dust. We will dance in that dust.
On March 22nd, you never saw Alexander Woodworth. Agreed?
I did not.
And as you've said, you've actually never seen Ezra McCandless in any real context.
No, never spoken a word to her.
Okay, so you also don't know anything. You don't know what Ezra was doing on the 22nd of March, and you don't know what Alex was doing on the 22nd of March. Fair to say?
Yep.
Thank you.
Just a couple questions.
Go ahead.
When was your last discussion with Alex about his relationship with the defendant
Oh,
in relation to his death on March 22nd?
it wasn't more than 3 days prior at most.
And when was it that you were referring to when you said that Alex was a bit rocked by the breakup?
In February.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else.
All right. Any recross?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fox. You may step down. I believe you're.
Yeah, and like it's a big thing. Like it seems to be Ezra's thing for wooing, and creating some kind of, it's like saying that they're destined, It's her way of saying that the relationship is important and projecting her shit onto the other person so that they become infatuated and, will give her all their money and pay for her rent and drive her around town and all that, She's just a fucking chancer, just a scammer. I was thinking about doing Matt Schreiner, but it is 5:37. How long is that? Oh, it's only 11 minutes. Okay, we'll do Matt Schreiner. Let's see what Matt's got to say. So Matt is Alex's housemate at the time of the murder, you see?
Could you tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Matthew Schreiner, Schreiner.
And are you employed, sir?
I am not.
All right. Were you employed?
Yeah, well, you could be. Maybe you could work on an Amish farm. I mean, give ZZ Top a ring. Maybe they need a third man. Oh, man. What else could he do? You could donate your beer to make wigs. You could make about 50 wigs out of that beard. Think of the money. That's rent for the year, buddy. 50 wigs growing on your face. I think he's been at the Blueberry Muffins as well, huh? That's why he's not got a job or any money. Spent it all on the Blueberry Muffins. I'm just kidding, Matt. You look like a really cool guy, actually.
Employed in March of 2018.
I was.
And how were you employed in March of 2018?
I worked for WIS International Inventory Service in Eau Claire.
I'm gonna have to read that, this where you used to work, what was it?
WIS International.
And can you spell the name of that company?
It's WIS and then International.
Okay. All right. And where were you living in March of 2018?
I was.
Okay, Amy, we'll do the whole thing. It's probably going to take 3 days, though. Or maybe I'll start earlier and do longer sessions. We'll come up with something. I mean, it's all very good. Ezra's testimony is pretty astounding, Both direct and cross is excellent.
living at 511 Cameron Street.
And that was in Eau Claire?
Yes.
All right. Was anybody else living in that same residence with you?
Yes, I had two roommates, Dave Studing and Alex Woodworth.
And when was the last time prior to March 22nd?
Oh, just as we're wrapping up, guys, I'll say one more reminder to anyone watching now or in the future that the best way to support True Crime Metrix this month, if that's something you want to do, the best way is not on YouTube this month, not on other platforms, but on the best platform, buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. And it's always so much appreciated as usual. And we do what we can. We'll get through it. We'll all get through it together. You know, we've got this trial, then we've got Sarah Boone starting on Monday, right? That came quick, didn't it? Oh, and then, I mean, that's going to take us all the way up to, you know, Donna's hearing, and then we'll be back on Sarah Boone. It's probably now going to be a 2-week trial now that she's got legal counsel, not a 3-week trial as it was going to be if she were her own counsel. So that's what we're doing. I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's jury selection on Monday. So what is that going to take? Maybe 2 days, and there's going to be some preliminary hearings as well about the case. I didn't hear what the judge's written ruling was today. Did anyone else hear that? Anyway, that's what we're doing. If anyone wants to support the channel, it's much appreciated. Best place you can do that this month is buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Okay, that's enough of that. And we'll let this play out.
Of 2018 that you saw Alex Woodworth.
I believe it was the Wednesday before.
Okay. And what was your work schedule like at that point in time?
At that time, I was getting up at like 2 a.m. and traveling and working and then coming home by 3 or 4 in the afternoon.
Okay. Now, on March 23rd of 2018, did law enforcement come to your residence looking for Alex?
Oh, Kim, hello, welcome. Great to see you, Kim. You always bring such a nice energy to the group, and it's just always great to see you, Kim.
They did.
And did you take them up to Alex's room?
Not the first time that they came.
All right. Second time?
I did.
All right. And when they went up to his room, did you go up with them?
I did.
Did you look in the room?
I did.
Did you notice anything that seemed out of the ordinary with Alex not being around?
Yes, I noticed that his laptop, his journal, and his tablet were all still in his room.
All right. And was that unusual?
I never saw him go anywhere without those things.
All right. Now, are you familiar with the defendant in this case, Ezra McCandless?
I am.
How did you become familiar with the defendant?
I met her at Racy's coffee shop in Eau Claire, probably a year previous.
Okay. And were you aware that the defendant at some point in time became involved in a relationship with Alex Woodworth?
I was.
How did you become aware of that?
She was at my house a lot and spent many nights there in Alex's room.
All right. And where was your room in relation to Alex's room?
We shared a wall, so it would have been to the right.
All right. And how is the soundproofing in that apartment?
That's not wonderful. I could hear a lot of laughter and giggling late into the night.
And was that coming from Alex's room?
Yes.
And was that when the defendant was there with him?
Yes.
Did it become a problem for you?
Eventually, I had to get some earplugs.
All right. Ever hear anything from that coming from that bedroom that caused you any concern?
No.
Ever hear any arguing?
No.
Yeah, I got it, Sam. Amish people are, of course, thin and fit. I was more going on the beard and the braces. The braces, I think, was the main thing that reminded me of the Amish. Don't Amish people wear braces? I might be wrong. We don't have many Amish in Portugal.
Ever hear the defendant say that something like no, or don't do that, or that hurts, or anything like that?
No.
Do you recall an occasion when the defendant made some statement about her relationship with Jason Mengel?
So I remember one specific time she was coming out of my bathroom. She had a towel on, and Alex was with her. And she told me that she broke up with Jason and asked me if I thought it was great.
And did she, how did she look at that point in time? Did she have any expression on her face?
She was smiling.
Do you see the individual in court here today that we've been talking about as being the defendant?
I do.
Could you point her out by where she is seated and what she is wearing, please?
She's sitting there with the blue shirt.
Has the record reflect the identification of the defendant, Your Honor?
All right, the witness, record will reflect the witness has identified Ms. McCandless, the defendant.
Nothing further from Mr. Schreiner.
All
Thank
right,
you.
any cross-examination?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Schreiner, you were aware that it sounds like Alex and Ezra were in a sexual relationship, right?
Yes.
And did you live with Alex in November of 2017? Or was it not until January of 2018 when the two of you began living together?
I lived with him in November.
Okay, and I just didn't know. I didn't mean to imply something else. So it's fair to say November and December of 2017, you were right next door to Alex.
Yes.
And then same for January, February, and March of 2018. Agreed?
Yes.
And it was during that time that often Ezra would be over at your apartment, right?
It was from September to, I guess, early springtime.
Okay, so sometime late February probably. Does that sound about right?
Sure.
I love how he keeps moving to the microphone, and then he has to move away to give his beard space, to air that beard.
Again, early springtime in Wisconsin changes every year, right? But it's about that time when she would be over there, right?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. The times that you're talking about, it sounds are from September of 2017 till February, late February of 2018. That's the time period you're referring to. Agreed?
Yes.
All right.
Oh yeah, you call them as suspenders, don't you? Yeah, that's fine. Braces, suspenders. But in England, suspenders are what you put on like sexy stockings, like fishnets, or not fishnets. Well, I guess you could do it with fishnets, but you know what I mean? Garters.
And you worked during that time period, agreed?
Yes.
And I think you said it, but did you get up at 2 a.m., you said, to go to work?
At 2 a.m. or 1 a.m.
Okay. So kind of in the middle of the night is when you would work through the early morning hours, agreed?
Yes.
And then,
You think he works at the bakery? That's an early morning start, isn't it? He works at the bakery, definitely, 100%. And they just pay him in buns. How many buns did you make this week, Matt? 160. Well, where are they? We need to pay rent, Matt. Tell your boss you want a check.
was your
I can see the crumbs in your beard. Don't lie to me. Where are the buns, Matt?
sleep schedule? You'd come home from work and you go right to sleep, or would you try to start your day and go to sleep later in the afternoon? What was your sleep schedule?
I'll go to sleep about 8 o'clock
In the morning?
at night.
Okay, so you go to sleep at 8 o'clock, you'd wake up around 1 a.m., 2 a.m. when you had to go to work, is that right?
Yes.
And then from that time, you'd work until the next morning, 8, 10 o'clock?
Into the afternoon.
Okay, and then you do your daily life activities in the afternoons, right?
Yes.
And then your morning started around 7 or 8 p.m. Or, excuse me, your evening when you went to sleep, your bedtime was 7 or 8 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And
Oh, I feel bad for making fun of this guy, but I just want to say the reason he wears these suspenders, as we're saying, is that he went to the belt shop. He went to the belt shop and he said, listen, I want the biggest one you have. And the guy went in the back and he came out with the biggest one they have. And Matt took one look at it and he said, not good enough. And then he said, you know, suspenders. But we're going to need to use the material from a lifting crane. Some people are around, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm not ripping on overweight people, but it's just all part of the fun, isn't it? It's a private community. I know we're public technically, but I like Matt. He seems like a level-headed guy trying to help justice for his roommate, and that's cool. That's cool. That's a good thing, Matt. Well done.
it was during this bedtime where at some point you decided you didn't want to listen to what was going on in the room next door, that you got earplugs, correct?
Yes.
And those earplugs, I imagine, solved the problem for you, right?
Mostly.
Yeah, once you put the earplugs.
See, Kim, this is exactly why you're here, to bring us mental images like this. Matt Schreiner in fishnet stockings. Oh, that's amazing.
In, you couldn't hear.
Actually, he'd need a fishnet stocking if he's working at the bakery to put his beard in, wouldn't he? A really long net. Normal hair nets wouldn't cover a beard like that. So he's probably got some lingerie for his face.
What was going on next door, correct?
I could still hear some things.
Sure, but not as clearly.
Not clearly.
I mean, that's why you got the earplugs, so that you could be prevented from hearing what was going on next door, right?
Yes.
And it worked. Agreed?
Yes.
But, and I would imagine it didn't take you long to be motivated to get those earplugs. You probably got those in November or December of 2017?
Yes.
And you continued to have those earplugs November, December, January, February time to, again, help solve that problem that I'm calling it a problem, but to solve your having to hear what's going on next door, right?
Yes.
You've spoken with the police about this, is that right?
Yes.
And at one point you told the police about how there was a time that you'd actually heard Ezra yell. Is that right?
Yes.
And that wasn't something that the state just asked you about, did they?
No.
Okay, but there was a time where you said she had to yell at Alex one time, right?
Yes.
And you could tell that she was angrily yelling, correct?
Yes.
But it was that one time that you recall that you'd had, correct?
Yes.
Was this before you got the earplugs or during the earplugs?
I believe it was during the earplugs.
Okay, so what else you could or couldn't hear because of the earplugs, you don't know. Agreed?
Yes.
You'd also, I think.
Pinto, just before closing hours, but that's okay. Welcome, Pinto.
Did you hang out at, I want to ask you about a time in December or January. Were you at your apartment when Jason Mangle, you know who Jason Mangle is?
Yes.
Do you recall the time Jason Mangle came to your apartment to provide aid for your roommate?
Yes.
And your understanding was that he was there to patch up Alex's arm, correct?
Correct.
Or his wrist had been cut, correct?
I'm not sure if it was his wrist, but it was on his arm.
Okay, whether it was his wrist, his forearm, or some other place, it was on his appendage, right?
Yes.
And I think in previous conversations, you've used, you called that an accident in quotes. Is that right?
I said that Alex told me that it was an accident.
Correct.
And
And you've described that to other people. You've used the term accident, but you've always put it in quotes. Agreed?
not always.
Yeah, fair enough. You've had
Thanks so much for the coffee, Sam. That is so appreciated.
occasion to put the word accident in quotes when describing what happened to Alex's arm, right?
Yes.
And you used those quotes because you weren't sure whether it was or it wasn't an accident.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled on that. If it would be this witness did it, so you can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You put it in quotes because you weren't sure whether it was an actual accident or whether it was just alleged to be an accident. Agreed?
Yes.
All right. Those are the only questions I had. Thank you.
Okay, any redirect?
Just as it relates to the incident when you heard the defendant yelling, could you tell what she was yelling about?
No.
All right. And approximately when was that, if you recall?
It was late. I don't recall.
Okay.
Probably after 10 p.m.
Okay. I guess, and that was a bad question. That's my fault because it wasn't clear what I meant by that. Do you recall approximately what month it was when that occurred?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Any recross?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schreiner. You may step down, and I believe you would be released. Is that true? Okay, so you're free to go. Okay, go ahead.
Can you please state, excuse me, state and spell your last name for the record?
Okay. How deep are we in? 4 hours 25. We're going to have to cut it off, folks. It is 4 minutes to 6 a.m. Man, I feel like I could go all night, but I shouldn't, because then tomorrow or today, whatever, will be ruined. Yeah, we've got to be sharp. We've got to be sharp and on the game. But I'm wired. Yeah, need something to chill out. Yeah, what about another coffee? Yeah, maybe I should have a coffee to go to bed. Yeah. What have we got going on here? What are we talking about? In charge of charcuterie. In charge of the who is in charge of the charcuterie board? Who, Matt? No. No. Where's the imported Swiss prosciutto, Matt? Yeah. Okay, we should close it down. What is our sign off right now? We need an Ezra McCandless orientated sign off. What could it be? Oh, I can't even think of one. All I can think of is ancient love, old soul, bullshit. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, does it? Blueberry muffin. Everybody have a blueberry muffin, and everyone use the same bathroom, all at the same time. And play cribbage. So many great comments tonight, guys. Yeah. The numbers do damage a little bit when you come away from current cases, but there's so many good ones out there, There's so many good cases out there. Wisconsin especially. I think after Florida, Wisconsin is the next best state for televised crimes and trials. Oh, what's that, Albert? Let me check. Did you send a coffee, Albert? I didn't see one from you today. Not today. Just Veronica, VP, Amanda, and Sam. Thanks, guys. That really does mean a lot. It's all very good support that you do, and it couldn't be more appreciated, truly. But Albert, no, I didn't see any coffees from you. But that's okay. Hit me up next time if you want. That's fine. Just everyone leave a like on the video on your way out, huh? Don't forget that. How do we do on the likes? Let's check it out. Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is. I'm pretty sure we're 100%, 150%. We usually are, right? Barb, so good to see you. So good to have you here. All right. I can't think of a sign-off. It doesn't matter. I'm going to go. Does there need to be a sign-off? It's sort of like I don't want to leave, you know? We could go all night long. A 24-hour stream. Thanks, Anne. That's sweet. But Derek's already liked the video. Of course he has. He's the first guy to like all the stuff, the posts on Instagram, Facebook. He leaves great comments. Really good guy. Tell him when he wakes up how great he is. Vivian, fantastic to have you here as always. Norla Vine. Such an awesome name, Norla Vine. What a cool name. Oh, I'm glad you're feeling better, Norla. What's this, Albert? Will you cover Laurie Shava? Where's that out of? I don't think I know that one. I think first of all, Albert, I'm going to do the cases that I know really well. That just seems to make sense, you know, rather than going and getting a fresh one that I don't know and having to kind of learn it at the same time as doing the shows. You know, I know a bunch, and yeah, we've got quite a list to get through, but I'll put it on the list to have a look at. Laurie Shava. Okay. But for now, guys, we're going to say goodnight. We're going to say goodnight, Kim. Thanks for the mental image, Kim. That's going to keep me awake. Yeah, of course we're covering Sarah Boone. It's going to be a riot. We did the hearing on Thursday. That was pretty good. Little preview of Sarah on the stand in the witness box. That was hilarious. Little energy tensing up between Mr. J and Mr. Owens. Okay, we'll say goodnight, folks. We'll see you all later. It's 6:03 a.m. and we do what we do. We'll get this shit done. Don't worry about it. Okay, good night all. Thanks so much for being here.